Hello and welcome to another exciting edition of Victory Never Sleeps. Last week, I figure we'll put this up front so people can pull it up and read along and explore. I'll do this here in a second because it goes into something else. Had a second thought, reverse course. Anyways, what I was going to say is last week we went over a document that the AFA released recently called the Ásatrú Trúlögmál. And it is, as it is subtitled, the fundamental beliefs of the Asatru Folk Assembly. And for those that weren't paying it or that weren't here, weren't listening, didn't get a chance to catch part one, I urge you to do so. But also, so you understand, this document is meant to be expressed in the simplest terms, in the most straightforward way to members, to people who are curious and interested, to people trying to tell their friends and family, what is this Asatru thing? What is it that you guys do? This is our attempt at that in its most basic terms. So one of the things, Svan's clock's 2 minutes slow, folks. So one of the things that is, I guess, can be said about it in background. For a very long time, and I think in a lot of ways because folk religions arise organically through wisdom and over the course of time and not through one moment's revelation. So they're acquired over a great period of time. They have a tendency to evolve and grow, and also they're holistic. They're not just a set of ritual practices to be done on a holy day. They're a holistic way of living your life, whole and healthy. And so when people ask about Asatru, there's a tendency to not know where to start. Or like, well, there's this, but then there's this other thing, but then there's some archaeology, and like, hey, do you know about funnel beaker culture, and like all these, like, really, you can go into very specific corners of it, and you can start from a lot of places. But our attempt was to lay it out in a way that built upon itself and that took somebody who was perhaps completely unfamiliar and gave them some understanding of the very core of what we believe. As I said last time, this is a thou shalt document, not a thou shalt not document. These are the right way to, you ought to believe these things. You can believe additional things, and you can expound on these things in a lot of ways that are particularly meaningful to you. But these are the very core principles of what we believe in the Asatru Folk Assembly. That said, you can find this document at www.runestone.org. But you can find a lot of other cool stuff there too. So first, so you know where to get it, if you look under, so Nick's got the thing, but I'm also telling you in case you are listening to this and not viewing it, there's a tab called About the AFA. A link to it is there. That will get you set up. But also, while you're at runestone.org, I'd like you to take note of a couple of different things. One thing is on the homepage of runestone.org. If you go down to current projects, you see the honestly three-ish, but the fourth one is kind of an esoteric evolution of one of the other ones. And I'll explain that in a moment. But those are kind of the four projects. We've got a goal we're trying to target on that. And I think these are really cool. And I asked Nick to make these up, and he did a beautiful job with them. So everybody ooh and ah over these and their accompanying progress bars to show how far we've made it. As a matter of fact, while you're oohing and on, Nick, along with Gothi East's wife, Madison, put a lot of effort into this new website, and I think it's absolutely beautiful, and I hope you guys enjoy it. Also, something to pay attention to while you are over here is the calendar tab. If you click on that calendar tab, you will see, this has been one of my dream things I have always wanted. You will see all of the stuff the AFA's got going on in any given, month. Now we have evolving levels of perfection as far as whether everybody puts everything on this calendar. So this is at least what the AFA has going on every month. There's always a couple impromptu things that slip through that don't quite make it on the calendar that should, but this is, and I'm very proud of that. That's a lot of activity and a lot of work our folk builders are putting in to make sure those events happen. And it's really nice to see the quantity, but also the geographic spread of where all these things are. If you're listening to this or watching this, chances are there's something pretty close to you. Certainly something you could drive to if you were so inclined. And so I urge you guys check that out and see what's going on in your area.
I swear I will get Virginia up. When you said it, I was like, oh, I still got to get mine up.
So everybody take a look at your computer screen and point a disapproving finger at Witan Svan. You may not see it, but you will feel it through the ether. His July Virginia event is not up there yet, but you heard it here, folks. He is going to fix that. So refresh your page soon, and that should be up there somewhere.
Yeah, I would even say it too. I'm shooting for the third weekend. Trying to go up to the Devil's Marble Yard it's south of Lynchburg, like for a hike moot. So it's going to be hot and we're going to be walking, but it's going to be there.
I promise when I made the initial comment, it was not targeting Svan.
Oh no, but my guilt just,
but it do. So anyways, there's that. I mentioned earlier about the, esoteric evolution of those two projects. So people don't know. Our next big thing that we are trying to accomplish is getting a Hoff for Lord Freyr. In order to do that, there was a couple of different steps. So stuff's tricky because it's really exciting and energizing to raise money for something you don't have. It is less so when you are trying to raise money for something that you already have, but you need to all the way have. Until we pay off the debt that we've incurred on it, we don't really own it. We most of the way own it, and that's for Njordshof. So we purchased Njordshof in August of 2022, and not quite 2 years into it, and that was our most expensive Hoff we've ever gotten. So that's $245,000 worth of Hoff. Only 2 years in, slightly less, only 23 months in, we are already 65.7% paid off of that, and that's because of in certain ways, that's because of the blessings of our gods, but in many very practical ways, it's because of the generosity of you folk, and I appreciate that so much. Matter of fact, as we nearly always start out this program, Ronald Blake has donated $45 towards paying off Njordshof, and it's much appreciated. He has also donated $50 towards the steeple at Baldershof, also much appreciated. But yeah, on the Njordshof deal, point being, we had two different loans we had to take out to make the Hoff happen. We've paid off one of those. We have, 36.3% we still need to pay off. And once we're done with that, then we're, moving ahead with Freyhof. Freyhof is going to be in either Eastern Ohio or Western Pennsylvania, and likely the northern portion of either of those states that we talked about. So we're looking at it all the time. We're excited. We just got to pay off Njordshof before we get there, and we're well on our way. So money that goes towards either the Freyshoff Fund or the Nordhoff Fund right now. That's where it goes, is paying off Nordhoff, because that's step one. Yeah, so go to that donate link if you're interested. It's got other stuff you can donate to there as well. You can buy us a coffee or whatever the kids do at that thingy, and the directions on that are in the description of this video. Yeah, appreciate you guys' generosity. Also, please make sure wherever you are consuming this, because you can watch it a bunch of places now and ask questions. You can also listen to it a bunch of places come Friday. Like, share, subscribe. Some of the avenues of getting the message out are not available to us due to the political climate we find ourselves in. Until and once that's better, but specifically until then, word of mouth is huge. One of the biggest things, you just run the numbers of all the people that should be here versus the people we already have. Biggest hurdle we have is so many people don't know about us and don't know we exist. So the more you guys can spread the word, the more of our folk we can bring home. Also, kind of side note, if you're listening to this or you're watching it and it resonates with you, it is something that is meaningful to you, consider joining. Assuming you are a heterosexual white person, we would love to have you join us and be part of what we're doing. So, yeah, give that some thought. If you're interested in joining, links also on the runestone.org site. Last but certainly not least, on taking care of business at the beginning of the program here, in just 2.5 short weeks, July 19th through the 21st, we have Sigerbloat at Sigerheim. This is the second Sigerbloat at Sigerheim, the second annual. It is an amazing property. It is going to be the future headquarters of the Asatru Folk Assembly. It's where many of us are going to move our families to and build a community around. It's where we're going to build a great hall. It's where we are going to erect a hof to Lord Tyr. It is where we already have 2 amazing statues as tribute to our founder and his wife for all that they have done to make this happen and bring us to where we are. Please come join me and check that out here at July 19th through the 21st. Love to see you there. It's in Jackson County, Tennessee, about an hour and a half away from Nashville. Folks are thinking about flying in. If you're a member, absolutely get on here. We would love to see you there. If you're not a member and you want to come check it out, reach out to any of our folk builders. They will get you squared away. We'd love to see you there. And looking on the side before we get... and here's another thing. You guys, please feel free to ask whatever questions you like. We'll get to all of your questions. Once we start rolling with the document we're going over, we'll kind of ask questions that are related to what we're talking about first, and then we'll get to the other questions after we finish, but we will definitely get to your question. Oh, it appears that Ronald also bought us a coffee for $5. Ronald, thank you so much. Thank you.
Oh, fair in mind too with Ronald, I'm waiting for something to be mailed in, and then I'm going to work on it, and then I'll be sending it to you.
So I would urge Bede Bowman. He's got a question about reincarnation. I would really like you to stick with us. We will get to that and that portion of this document in today's program. We're going to finish it today no matter what. So we will get to that portion during the program. And when we get there, I really want to answer your question. And I look forward to doing that. So please do stick with us, or if you can't, check back in because we will answer that one. And with that, I'd like to get back into the document. I believe that we are, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're on section 3. Heimdallr ennobles our folk.
Yes, sir.
So Spawn, as I said last time, if you think of something or you've got something, just speak up and cut me off, because as low tech as I am, I can't look at our shared camera situation and read from my computer screen at the same time.
Gotcha. All right.
That said, the Rigsthula tells the story of Heimdallr guiding, teaching, and refining our folk. Over the course of time and generations, Lord Heimdallr raised our folk from simple thraldom to nobility and kingship. This process of ennoblement was possible because our ancestors welcomed the Aesir into their homes. Our ancestors were blessed because they built their families around the Aesir. As our ancestors opened themselves to the Aesir, they learned and became even more or ever more beautiful. Our noble ancestors transcended their limitations, and they became Aryan.
I think this one gets a lot of questions as to, and I mean, I don't actually, let me see, I don't see any of them coming up. And perhaps it's a good thing, but it's worth noting that that process, the entire story of Rigsthula, is a processes, a mythological or mythos explanation, I would say, or a meta narrative to a greater thing than what a lot of people, you know, kind of interpret from the story. If they're talking about, you know, the 3 levels of Nordic kind of society, you know, they're that's not the deeper meaning behind that story. And there's other things that allow, you know, or at least give glimpse to what is going on, is that there, you know, this is something more than just kind of explaining where thralls and carls and jarls come from. And if people can't, you know, get that, I think that it does a great service to our ancestors and to the gods. So there's some questions that people might have about that, but you know, when we cover Rigsthula, I mean, we'll go into greater detail about it. But you know, I just wanted to make a mark on that.
Yeah, and so point to make on that. A lot of people, it's always valuable for us to go back to the basics and to re-examine why we think what we think. And I think it's a very valuable process. I think you catch things that you miss. I think you perfect, you know, big things that you believe by fine-tuning them. I think it strengthens right belief. And I think it also adjusts any confusion or mistaken ideas. And it's really important. So people have passed on for years and years. Oh, well, this is about, you know, Dumazil's 3 functions of Indo-European society. And that's, and if you hear that repeated enough times, you just nod and assume that's the case. But it's not. And there may very well be a reflection of that or a reference to that in some way in the progression of classes. But this is told very, very deliberately by the names of the couples involved. And it's done in a process starting from great grandparents to parents in the exact progression of thrall to carl to jarl, and then ending in Khan the Younger. And Konungur is a It's a play on the word for kingship. So the ultimate product of this process is a young man basically named the king. And the naming in it is done in a sequence, and it's done over time, and it's done very specifically over generations. And so I think that process is very self-evident if you look at it with fresh eyes. The next section, runes. Section 4, runes. Rune means whispered mystery or secret counsel. The runes are the secret mysteries of reality. A rune is the mystery, the intonation, and the symbol. A rune is all these combined or each of these individually. The runes pre-exist the Aesir and are drawn from Ginnungagap, the yawning void from which reality was formed. All-Father Odin won the runes through ordeal upon the world tree, which is known as Yggdrasil, Odin's steed. I ween that I hung on the windy tree, hung there for nights full 9. With the spear I was wounded, and offered I was to Odin, myself to myself, on the tree that none may ever know what root beneath it runs. None made me happy with loaf or horn, and there below I looked. I took up the runes, shrieking I took them, and forthwith back I fell. Havamal 138 through 139. Odin shared the hard-won runic wisdom with the Aesir, among them Heimdallr. Lord Heimdallr taught the runes to our ancestors. The lesson of runes was among the final steps in the full ennoblement of our folk. Soon grew up the sons of Jarl. Beasts they tamed, and bucklers rounded. Shafts they fashioned, and spears they shook. But Con the young learned runes to use. Runes everlasting, the runes of life. Soon he well the warrior's shield. I apologize, guys. Soon could he well the warrior's shield, dull the sword blade, and still the seas. Bird chatter learned he, flames could he lessen, minds could he quiet, and sorrows calm. Rigsthula 43 through 45. And while I got a second, before I go into the next section, Lauren Anderson bought us 5 coffees. It's $25. Thank you, Lauren. We appreciate it very much. And GW Farnsworth bought us 5 coffees, also $25. If someone was a member and left for personal issues going on at the time, would they be allowed back? So, to borrow from the Abrahamists, the devil is in the details. No, really and truly, outside from a very, very select set of circumstances, we always want our people who've gone wayward to come back home. What I would prefer is that when people did go through personal issues, that it brought them closer to our AFA family and our Gothar and not made them pull away. But that's something to work on over time. We want all of our people to come back home. There are very few things that one could do that are unforgivable and unallowable back into our community. So, the general answer is yes, with the asterisks, unless there's a very, very few circumstances that's not the case. When I think of all of the people that have ever left the AFA that I know about that can't come back, that list, I'm tempted to say it's 10 or less, I think if I actually sat down and thought, it's probably under 20. That's in the history of the AFA. So there's very few situations that we can't come back to Frith and come back to welcoming our family back home. That's what we'd love to see.
May I
please.
One thing, and kind of in correspondence with the Trúlögmál and what we just spoke about, there's many drives that the AFA has, our church has. One of them, of course, is to bring folk home, to come back to the spiritual connectivity to the divine through the faith of their people and what is their birthright. But also, just what we spoke about with Lord Heimdall, imbuing in the folk this layered connectivity to the divine. And what it does is it ultimately it leads our folk to becoming more noble. And so one of the other drives that often isn't talked about, I guess, or just outright, said, is that we try to get our folk to act better, to speak better, to look better. It's all about returning to nobleness, or returning to kind of the upper echelons of our beings that we know that we can attain, that we know that we were rightly given, but it's incumbent upon us to return to that. So, excuse me, the idea is that, imbuing ourselves with that nobleness, and not in the sense that, you're in the AFA now and you're noble, high five. No, it's a work in progress. It's something that you attempt to attain. And sometimes when you have personal issues, sometimes, again, as Alcerio Gothi said, it's in the details, but there are, I can think of a couple of people that have left because of more personal or minute issues, or maybe family issues. And if they think they can't return, that's not the case. That they can come back home and they can reinvigorate themselves into our community, become part of the community, and then start working on ennobling themselves and working towards, having a closer connection to the gods, to their ancestors, and to their folk at large. And that's all part of that process. That's why I think a lot of people might not understand why this part was placed in here about Heimdall coming to the folk and making us noble. It is part of our mission, is to have folk, ennoble themselves. And if you don't do the first part, you can't do the second part. So, it's important.
In the time of you speaking, Jim Steele bought us 5 coffees for $25. Thank you. And Paul Dickert donated $100 to
Holy
the
moly.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that. So back to section 5, Asatru Reforged. Beginning in 376 CE, with the conversion of the Visigoths. One by one, the nations of our ancestors broke their troth with the Aesir. Sometimes by the vote of the rabble, sometimes by the sword, sometimes by the lure of money or power, our ancestors abandoned our holy Aesir. They gave their worship to a foreign god and allegiance to a foreign creed. Our connection with the gods of our blood and bone is not optional. It is eternal, and it is integral. The internal conflict within our folk soul began. Guys, I cannot read tonight. I apologize. I assure you I do not have vision or comprehension problems. I don't know what the deal is, but I'll keep trying. The internal conflict within our folk soul between the falsehood of a foreign doctrine and the truth of our metagenetics, the link between a race and their gods, caused soul sickness within our folk. Healing was desperately needed. And in 1862, the folk began to wake. Inspired by Allfather Odin, Meister Guido von List took up again the runes of power and made the first steps to awaken our folk to their ancestral gods, the Aesir. Now do I see the earth anew, rise all green from the waves again. The cataracts fall, and the eagle flies, and fish he catches beneath the cliffs. The gods in either bowl meet together. Of the terrible girdler of earth they talk, and the mighty past they call to mind, and the ancient runes of the ruler of the gods. In wondrous beauty once again shall the golden tables stand mid the grass, which the gods had owned in the days of old. Then fields unsowed bear ripened fruit. All ills grow better, and Balder comes back. Balder and Hoth dwell in Hrop's battle hall, and the mighty gods would you know yet more. Havamal 59-62. Our folk continued to awaken, and by 1934, Alexander Rudd Mills had established his Anglican Church of Odin. Though that church was short-lived, Mills showed our folk a vision of what was possible. In the late 1960s, Odin shook the world tree and called his folk home. Our folk to come home. With no awareness of each other and no collusion between them, folk mother Elsie Christensen, John Gibbs Bailey with his colleague, John Ewell, Sveinbjorn Bjentensen, and Stephen McNowlin all made attempts to restore Ásatrú. In 1968, Stephen McNowlin heard the call of Lord Odin, and he dedicated his life to the mission assigned him by the Allfather. Odin himself worked through and with Stephen McNowlin as he gathered others and laid the foundations of modern Ásatrú. Inspired by his relationship with Odin, Mr. McNowlin founded the Viking Brotherhood in 1970. In 1976, Odin revealed more to him, and as his understanding of divine truth increased, Mr. McNowlin transformed the Viking Brotherhood into the Ásatrú Free Assembly. The Ásatrú Free Assembly set many profound currents into motion and planted the seeds of renewal for our eternal church. However, the time was not yet right, and the men and women involved not yet healthy enough to live up to their calling. Dissatisfied with the prevailing selfishness and infighting in that assembly, Mr. McNowlin chose to dissolve the Ásatrú Free Assembly in 1987. Odin had more to teach his chosen herald. For the next 7 years, Stephen McNowlin grew rich with experience and wise in the ways of the world, traveling the war-torn corners of Midgard, reflecting on the needs of his folk, upon their soul sickness, and how to make his people whole. In 1994, Stephen McNowlin returned wiser, revitalized, matured, burning with inspiration, and resolute in purpose. He had come to the certain knowledge that Ásatrú must come together, united in might and main, in troth to the Aesir. And oh my goodness. All right. So while doing that, Lauren Anderson donated $500 to the Odenshoff Fund. Thank you so much. I will absolutely let those folks know. This entitles you to get your name on the plaque at Odenshoff, and we will get that set up there as well. We really, really appreciate your generosity. That's amazing. Thank you. Svan, do you have, oh, okay, also something to plug during this. I was kind of given a, hey, plug this during your next opening. We got gym merchandise. We got throwback gym merchandise, Ásatrú Athletics. As kind of a side note here, sorry, I can't do two things at once. Sent myself a note. So you guys, side note, not even related to the earlier side note that we were in the midst of. Every single time I reread this document, because I've looked at it so many times, I just notice little edit things. So sometimes I take a little second and write a note to Nick for me to get on there and edit some spellings and some punctuation things. But we're selling that gym merchandise because it's awesome, but also because we really do want our folks healthy and to be the very best that they can be. I notice every now and again, and I don't want to, I don't want to complain or say this grumpy, but sometimes we'll take pictures and internet folks will point out they'll point out fat people in the pictures and whatever else, and they'll say something mocking. Well, we want all of our folk to come home. And one of the big ways to help get healthy and get in a better spot is by support of your community. We get people at all levels of perfection or lack thereof. And as long as we're trying to move the right way, we want to move the right way together. So what I think the internet trolls don't realize is we do a lot and we have a lot going on to try to encourage our people to get in the best shape they can and to get healthy. And it's been really inspiring. It was one of my key objectives that I mentioned when I gave kind of my speech when I first became All's-Harrier Gothi. When I was first installed, I talked about my commitment and the AFA's commitment going forward to helping our people achieve mental, physical, and spiritual excellence. I want our people to be the very best we can be and to help each other get there. And I've watched a lot of people's lives and bodies and health literally transform because they've come together, been inspired by their brothers and sisters in the AFA to do better and to get in better shape. And I've seen amazing things with that. So we really, really encourage it. It's important. And hopefully you can wear some amazing products while you do said. So there you go. Back to action here. Section 6, the Asatru Folk Assembly. Founded in January of 1995, the Asatru Folk Assembly is the direct successor of the Viking Brotherhood and the Asatru Free Assembly. The mandate from the Allfather was clear. This new church would be explicitly folkish, exclusive to a particular race. What had seemed common sense needed to be made explicit. The Asatru Folk Assembly's mandate is to call all our folk home to our rightful spiritual heritage, Asatru. Ordination. Gothar are the priests of the Aesir. Gothi is male, Githya is female. Odin established a special relationship with our founder. With that special relationship, Odin conferred spiritual authority and responsibility upon Stephen McNallen. This spiritual authority and responsibility, coupled with active participation in the sacred gift cycle, since 1968, is the foundation of our priesthood. All recognized Gothar trace their ordination back to Stephen McNallen and his relationship with Allfather Odin, established in 1968. Gothic ordination confers spiritual authority upon the ordained. This legitimate spiritual authority is bestowed from the Aesir by Odin himself. Allsherjargothi. Allsherjargothi is the high priest of the Aesir and the leader of the Gothar and the Ásatrú folk assembly. Asatru was reforged by the vision and the effort of Stephen McNallen under the sacred guidance and inspiration of the king and father of the Aesir, Odin. The continued blessings of the Aesir flourish and prosper under the sacred authority of the Allsherjargothi. Among other things, the Allsherjargothi is responsible for leading the folk, directing the evolution and practice of Asatru, safeguarding the sacrality of the Asatru folk assembly and the Gothar, maintaining and strengthening the connection between the Aesir and the folk, and faithfully serving and implementing the will of the Aesir. The theocratic autocracy of the Allsherjargothi is fundamental to the Asatru folk assembly. It was initiated by Allfather Odin in the image of his own authority in Ausgarðr, and it is blessed by the Aesir.
So
it's the first two of our 3 parts. You were saying?
I was going to say, this is another, I think, very important, if we're breaking it down, simply. It's about the folk returning home, the folk becoming noble and becoming ennobled in their deeds and what they're going to do. And then there is also the understanding that that our church was founded on sacred initiation, that there is a connection from the divine to us, and that bears with it great responsibility. There is many blessings for it, but there's also, again, the dedication and the piety towards the gods is built because of the connected sacred initiation. And I've had conversations with folks on social media who have claimed that, especially when they're coming from Abrahamic faiths, predominantly Christians, and speaking about how, pagans don't actually believe in their gods. They're just archetypes, and there is no sacred initiation. There's no sense, and they're trying to delegitimize the intricacies of which the gods work with the folk, quite literally. And I think it's disingenuous on their part. At the same time, it's clear, as in it is established, and we know, and this has been passed down. Now we are continuing on the legacy and holding true to the obligation and the gift cycle. So this is a third tenet I think folks need to key in on, I guess, is the best way I can say it.
All right. Part 3, Living Asatru. 1 second, let me send off a note to Nick.
Oh, and I was going to comment too, just that folk have asked in the past, what's going to happen? How is this going to happen? Is, they had doubts and fears that the church itself would somehow be compromised. But it's worth noting that the theocratic autocracy is that in which the Allsherjargothi is in the power to decree. There's not a council. There's not there is a council, perhaps in the sense that there is a counseling of to ideas and things moving forward, but ultimately they're held in the Allsherjargothi's hands. This isn't a democracy. There isn't a Congress. Things aren't caught up in people trying to have power plays and trying to levy for favors and so on and so forth. No, it's very much built on, again, merit and duty, and then ultimately just the Allsherjargothi has the wisdom to have counselors that he can get their opinions on things. and then move forward with his decisions. But it doesn't get mitigated in a lot of the, I guess, the rigmarole that I have seen in organizations that have attempted and have gone nowhere near close, but have left themselves to being torn apart by each other internally. And that does not happen. That initiation of the sacred to our founder, and then also to our Asatru Trúlögmál now. And we believe if and when there is a transference, that will be also decreed. Is a very important part that I think differentiates us from, say, fly by night groups that have been in the past, and so on.
So part 3, living Asatru. Asatru is who we are, and as such, Asatru is expressed through our deeds. We practice our religion at our hofs, houses of worship, and during ritual, certainly. More than that, we live our religion every day of our lives, from the moment we rise each morning until we lay our heads to rest each evening. Beliefs, intentions, and ideals are worthless until they manifest into deeds. We are our deeds. Section 1, community. Asatru is about relationships. It's about our relationship with the Aesir, our relationship with our ancestors, and our relationship with our folk, and our relationships with the other beings we encounter. These relationships are the proving ground for our ideals. These relationships are the context through which we live our values. Through interaction, our worth is judged. Worth creates our reputation, our fame, or our infamy. Reputation is a spiritual currency and has power. This power is felt by both friend and foe. Reputation matters. Family. The family is the foundation of community. The coupling of a man and woman of our folk in sacred marriage and the offspring their union produces are the core of our noble folk. Loyalty to the Aesir is essential to the health of the Asatru family. Loyalty to kin is particularly integral to Asatru as families share a Hamenya, a familial luck and reputation. The sum total of all Hamenya is manifest as the woven tapestry of Orlaw.
Oh, may I step in on one thing?
You may.
I wanted to say, I just saw something and I was thinking to myself, there's a part in here when we talk about the community and we talk about our relationship, it's in the introduction of Living Asatru. We practice our religion at our hofs, houses of worship. I could see people saying, well, are you saying that because, if we do it at home or if we do it at a park, if we do it with kindreds, you're not practicing the relationship or the religion with the Aesir? And it strikes me because as this has come out, a lot of people have kind of asked these questions, and it's like there's nothing further from the truth of it is that the reality is that we practice our faith at our hofs, especially national events. If you can make it out to them, that's the one time you can absolutely connect to your community, even beyond your, county or state. And you start to see, a large group of people, and these national events happen at our hofs. And, I practice at home, I hold, bloats during some moots that are available to do that. But ultimately it culminates to our hofs. We're not saying you can't, or it's not legitimate if you do it at home, if you pray to the gods at home. And I've seen people kind of ask these questions like that. And again, like what you had said in the beginning, this is a thou shalt, not a thou shalt not. It's about positive
So we talked
projection.
about the soul sickness. One of the soul sickness symptoms that's very self-evident is this hypersensitivity. And I've noticed this manifest in a lot of different ways. People that read into things that are clearly not stated, not there, and then infer an insult that doesn't exist. I want to laugh and make fun, but at a distance, it's just very sad. We have people that have been so very, very weakened that we have trigger warnings and like nonsense because everyone is so quick to take offense. I've had times where I talked about how much we value our families in the AFA. And then I've had people reach out who didn't have any children, angry, saying that the AFA hates people that don't have kids. It's not true at all. Every time I talk about fitness, we get some fatty over on the side wants to say, hey, the AFA is mean to me. No, we're not. I celebrated something that was good. Every time we're in Sumble and somebody raises a toast to men, generally, somebody's got to be like, yeah, girls are good too. That comes from a place of weakness, and that's part of the soul sickness we're trying to cure. Saying one thing positive about someone or something that isn't your current experience isn't a stab at you. It is a celebration of the ideal way to do things or something that we want to celebrate. In a perfect world, of course you do stuff at your home, but you would come together at Hoff's and participate in ritual at our holy Hoff's. That's what we should do. Sometimes it's not available, and so you make the best of what you have. But a lot of the time, that knee-jerk response is if somebody's attacking you or delegitimizing you. I'm sad that people feel that way. I don't feel the AFA needs to defend ourselves against those charges, but I'm really sorry that people are in a state where that damages them. And honestly, this that we're doing here is my very best way I know how to try to heal the soul sickness that's in our folk, that's part of. So hopefully, if you come over here and you do this with us, that won't be the state that you find yourself years from now. And it won't be the state that your kids find themselves. And that's what we're trying to build. Folk within. We have a special relationship with the Ásatrú Folk Assembly family. We are united with our AFA brothers and sisters before the Isir through worship and gifting as a group. And as a group, we share a special group, Haminya. This special relationship requires special trust and loyalty. Members of the AFA are an inner yard, inside the fence or wall, the folk without. The Ásatrú Folk Assembly has a sacred mandate to bring our folk home. Our folk who have not yet returned to Asatru are still our folk. We share a common ancestry, common traditions, and are united by a common folk soul. These folk who are not yet Asatru are still due a special preference and are of special concern to us. Aryan folk who are not yet Asatru are in Utengarther, outer yard, outside the fence or wall. Other beings. All other beings who are not our gods or our folk are not fundamentally our focus. Our interactions with other beings are dictated by circumstance and context. We share reality with a wide array of living things. and there are nearly infinite possible scenarios of interaction with any number of these beings. It is important that we live our values when we interact with all beings. Each of us represents all of us to those outside our circles. It is our duty to build and maintain our reputation as a noble people with noble gods, and to exemplify our nobility with the way in which we interact with others. Sorry, just checking the comments and stuff because we got a section break. And sending a note to Nick because I noticed a typo that I'm trying to fix. Cool. This is a process. We've been through this a fine-tooth comb, but there's always something more to hone and make better.
Well,
sure.
To interject a little bit, there might be the usage of a word that folks are not familiar with yet because of depending on what level of understanding of the faith that they're at. You come into it new, you might not have any family members, you might not have been raised in the faith, and you're trying to learn a lot of stuff. Our ancestors were born into it and had a kind of innate sense as they lived their lives. But for folks new to the faith and coming into it, it's understandable. You might not know all these words. One of them is Haminya. Haminya is mentioned both in the family and the folk within. Haminya is a part of your soul, but it is a part of your soul that you connect with other members of your family. It's also that which may be passed down from your predecessors and that which you give over to your descendants. It is a malleable form that kind of, again, rises and falls based on your deeds, your notoriety, or your reputation, as it was mentioned before. Making tangible efforts to build your notoriety and your reputation around people is important. And this may help answer some other questions later, but things that detract from your haminya, in essence, and I hate to use it, but I mean, it's the best way to kind of get people to focus on it, is it's like a sense of luck, a sense of blessing, or a sense of perhaps good things. If your haminya is well and good and seen as healthy, if it is seen as low, then perhaps you experience the opposite of luck. And oftentimes folks have to fight through bad haminya. It's not an eternal doom, but it is something that requires us to perhaps even fight harder. And again, we don't believe in equality. It's some folks, the people before them have taken great care in making sure that their haminya is strong, and they pass it down, to their descendants. And perhaps even they, having bad haminya, built themselves up to pass it on. And sometimes the child has to, deal with kind of both aspects of perhaps the generations before and their parents. But it is a part of the soul that grows or diminishes based on deeds and based on perhaps the results of deeds that are felt, long beyond they have happened. And this happens with, say, relatives or parents or grandparents who have done deeds that are really detracting from the value of the child, perhaps in their luck or what have you. And it's kind of hard to pin down, but it's something to keep in mind that when you start to change your life, when you start to take the deeds to make your life better, make yourself better, work hard and go towards the gods, and towards your ancestors, and really rehealing even to the distant ancestors. You start on a process of building up your haminya. The other thing is, and I think this is one I've witnessed far too much, is when people take oaths. When you take an oath, you are laying your haminya on the line. And for you to not give clarity to that oath, and for you to turn away from the spoken word of your intended deeds, you end up hurting that as well. So oaths are not to be, taken lightly. They are quite literally attached to your soul. And for you to take an oath and then turn on it is not good. It draws away. And it's kind of like I've always kind of akin to a balloon getting a small pinprick that allows the water to drain out. You may not feel it right away. And I think in a lot of ways, when people turn away from their oaths, they try to rectify or kind of construct an ideal that the reasoning why or what have you. But over time, and slowly but surely, the haminya gets affected. And the only way, again, that you can atone for that is through deeds and correction of those moving forward. But even then, you might still have to deal with the repercussions of your actions, like ripples. Once the rock is thrown, it's kind of thrown. So it's something that we take great care of. And it's really important when we speak about the folk within, when we talk about frith, and people throw that word around, perhaps to think of it simply as peace, but really too, it is reciprocal effort to work together. It's reciprocal effort to listen to your folk within, in the inner guard first, especially if somebody in the outer guard is, claiming something. The first thing you need to do is look in the inner guard and figure things out before you just, start lighting up the burn pyre or what have you. And I think that for people to better understand that, that's directly connected to our soul. And so it is a very, very important part, a component in a lot of the ideological framing and trajectory of what we're trying to do.
Before we continue, Ronald Boardman, one of our folk builders in New Hampshire, donated 5 coffees, which is $25. We appreciate you. We appreciate you very much. And as a bonus, and so I don't forget, he asked how I was able to get my tie so perfect where the little circle thingy ended up right in the middle. That is a happy accident on one level, if you will. Perhaps it is through right living and the mysteries of the Rhytho rune. When you start doing the right things at the right time, synchronicities start occurring in beneficial ways. But it did work out well. I'm pleased with it tonight.
Last episode, you brought up the tie game kind of getting upped. And now I'm slowly starting to realize my beard is like hiding my my trinity or tripartite knot, as I would call it.
It's that not your beard, it's just kind of the shadow from your light source. I think if your light was angled different, we'd be able to see it.
Yeah, I got just a basic
lamp beard that's popping out.
Yeah, it's I'm definitely trying to up the game as well and keep in paces with my my fellow folk.
All right, so Ásatrú ritual. We formally interact with our ancestors, with our folk, and with the Aesir through ritual. The most basic form of ritual are the devotional rites and prayers done in the home at home altars. So, for folks that read the first part of this and came to Svan with their concerns, keep reading because we address your concerns. Rituals. And so, folks, I promise you, I wrote most of this. So my stumbling over the reading, there's no excuse for, other than in the editing process, different people have suggested little tweaks here and there that I think mess with, I guess, my natural flow on it. But I did write a great deal of this, but Svan very specifically helped me with a lot of this, especially in the section talking about the gods and the goddesses. So he deserves a lot of credit for that. And we had other people help along the way, especially with editing. But as far as really putting in content, Svan was who I leaned on for that during this.
Thank you.
Rituals at home or with a larger group generally include a shared meal. Sharing a meal is a fundamental act to build relationships. The gift cycle. The foundation of Ásatrú ritual is the gift cycle. We exchange gifts with the Aesir, and we share with one another. The exchange of gifts builds relationships. Gifts are inherently unequal, as we are all inherently unequal. With all gifting, it is the thought, the intention that counts. Offerings to the ancestors and to the Aesir can be physical, but the true gift is the intentional and emotional energy imbued into the gift. When gifting is done ritually, the power of the exchange is greater than the sum of the gifts exchanged. It is elevated to something more. The relationships built by the gift cycle increase as the cycle continues over the course of time. This exchange is expressed in the runic formula Alu, or Ansus, Lagus, Urus. Ansus, the divine, the Aesir. Lagus, the fluid of transmission, blood or mead. Urus, the primal, the flesh, the folk.
Oh,
Go ahead.
Oh, actually, no, never mind. I mean, it's going to be kind of covered in the next section. I was just thinking about how a lot of people coming into our faith and understanding how I guess we could use the word communion, if you will, but it is a gift cycle that doesn't always involve, say, communing through a sacred liquid. But almost 90% of the time it is. But I've seen very pious folk giving flowers. I've seen very pious folk giving gifts that they have worked on, perhaps crafts and things like that as well. But it does kind of boil down to the skein of the liquid, the sacred vessel that holds the alu within it, and that's what makes the alu what it is that transmission of faith of the folk as the horn is passed. And sometimes folk, I say, like at home, generally you gift the mead out, and when you come to the Hoffs, the Gothar take it upon themselves as the kind of the responsibility of holding that Haminya together and saying, please, if the gods see us of worth, and we seek to gain their blessings, if they do, we ask them that they share it amongst the folk, and that the Gothar are kind of taking on that kind of overall responsibility of being the mediator between, that bridge between. So the gift cycle and the receiving of blessings by Gothar that's really strong mechanics of what's being done. If you ever come to like a national event, or you come to a Hoff and you get to experience that and see that, even though it happens very naturally, these are the inner workings, the mechanics of those situations.
All right. So, bloat. It was an old custom that when there was to be sacrifice, all the bondies or all the bonds should come to the spot where the temple stood and bring with them all that they required while the festival of sacrifice lasted. To this festival, all the men brought ale with them, and all kinds of cattle, as well as horses, were slaughtered and all the blood that came from them was called hlaut. And the vessels in which it was collected were called hlaut vessels. Hlaut staves were made like sprinkling brushes, with which the whole of the altars and the temple walls, both outside and inside, were sprinkled over, and also the people were sprinkled with the blood. But the flesh was boiled into savory meat for those present. Saga of Halkan the Good. The most fundamental group Ásatrú ritual is bloat, offering or sacrifice. A bloat, in the most basic form, consists of the assembled folk giving an offering to one of the Aesir through the officiating of a Gothi, and in return, the Gothi distributing blessings from one of the Aesir to the assembled folk. This ritual is most commonly performed in a circular formation, with all the movement in a sunwise direction. The offering and blessings are typically given through intention-imbued mead. Sumbel. The fire was in the middle of the floor of the temple, and over it hung the kettles, and the full goblets were handed across the fire. And he who made the feast and was a Gothi blessed the full goblets and all the meat of the sacrifice. And first, Odin's goblet was emptied for victory and power to his king. Thereafter, Njord's and Freyr's goblet for peace and a good season. Then it was the custom of many to empty the bragaful, and then the guests emptied a goblet to the memory of departed friends, called the Mini. Saga of Halkan the Good. During Sumbel, the folk speak over and drink from a communal horn. The Sumbel horn represents the well of shared Haminya for those who sit in that Sumbel. When bright words are spoken over the horn, all in attendance are elevated. When ill words are spoken, or Sumbel oaths broken, all participants are lessened. High Sumbel has 3 rounds of ritual toasting and drinking. Round 1 consists of toasts to the Aesir. Round 2 is for toasts to ancestors of the folk. We only toast the dead during round 2. Round 3 is the round of the heroes. It is a more free-form round where toasts are made to heroes, to friends, or perhaps to others present. Round 3 is also an auspicious time to make oaths, to boast of deeds accomplished or victories won. Women of status serve as horn bearers during High Sumbel, taking possession of the horn between each toast and offering the horn to the next participant. Wealhtheow came in, Hrothgar's queen, observing the courtesies. Adorned in her gold, she graciously saluted the men in a hall, then handed the cup first to Hrothgar, their homeland's guardian, urging him to drink deep and enjoy it because he was dear to them. And he drank it down like a warlord he was, with festive cheer. So the helming women went on her rounds. A woman went on her rounds, queenly and dignified, decked out in rings, offering the goblet to all ranks, treating the household and the assembled troop. Beowulf.
I saw a question kind of pertaining to this section. I wanted to
Please
address it because it's an interesting but short question. Chris Lucott asked, when we hold bloat, is it wrong or theologically incorrect to consider the mead or wine as transubstantiated into blood during the bloat? That is a super interesting question. I'm assuming that you're talking about the blood of the sacrifice or the sacrificial animal. It is worth noting that our ancestors spoke about the idea of a bread bloat, a I know it's kind of funny considering modern usage of the word bloating, but or let's say, you know, an ale bloater, or a bread bloater. And of course, do we also know that our ancestors gave weapons and items of value as well? Um, and the mead is, again, a gift. That gift has its power in, perhaps it was brewed, or perhaps it was even bought and utilized money that was there that gave it its fehu, or its value. But it got me thinking, and one thing that I would say where you're not entirely wrong is that the mead of inspiration comes from the first storyteller, Kvasir, and that sprinkling upon the earth by the high priest of the gods. His bedecking of the earth with that sprinkling is that anointment. And the mead does have a sense of symbolization of that blood, which is the mead of inspiration, gained through the trials of Lord Odin when he received the great boon from battle song Gunnlóð in the mountain. So is it one for one? No. But does it have correlation, or at least some substantiation to speak about? And when I saw your question, I was like, yeah, undoubtedly we need to mention that.
So his follow-up to it, though, was he said he only mentions it because you likened it to communion. And I think both consuming the host in Christianity and bloat are forms of a communion. I think it goes back to the root word of communion. Communion as a Catholic ritual is similar, that they're all sharing something, and consumption is involved in the sharing, but in a very strange ritualized cannibalism thing that's very odd. Believe it or not, I tried to put that as not insulting as I can, but that's an element that's extremely different. We are communing with our gods and our folk in the sense that we are sharing a meal. So Svan, to your point, if you want to, in your mind, picture the mead as representing blood in some kind of way to bring you closer, the AFA has no fatwa against you thinking that. But you don't need to, and the fact that you think you need to creates, I think, the bigger divergence. No, ritually, the mead that we are using is not transformed into the blood of a hog or a horse or whatever the case might be. For you to think that's necessary is for you to allow Abrahamic conditioning to affect how you relate to our gods. That is less than ideal. If that's kind of a stepping stone, you need to understand it better. I'm not telling you can't, but it's not that. And I think that when this goes into a larger argument. When you are LARPing something, when anything you do is pretend, you are adding a element, and even if it's a very small element, please don't project something bigger to what I'm saying. But when you add any element of untruth, or it's not a lie, but it is less genuine than the open sharing I would think the best with our gods. When any element is fanciful or pretend, or there's that taint to it, that's one step further away from our gods that you are able to get during that ritual. Our gods know that it's not blood. You know that it's not blood. To pretend that it's blood adds a silliness that doesn't need to be there. And the reason that it's important in a Catholic communion is not relevant to this process. That ritual wasn't about a group of Jews sharing a meal. It was very much about consuming the essence of their God-made flesh in a unique way. That's not what we're doing in bloat. The communal aspect of it is, as a community, we are sharing something with our gods. So the meal that is formed from the animal sacrifice goes to our gods. Now, there is something cool about an animal bloat that's different with the common bloat of mead. And I'm not saying that that's not the situation. When you are placing something on something living, and then that immediately is transferred beyond the veil into the land of the dead, that's special in its own way. But Svan points out there was ale bloats and bread bloats, an offering of many things. When you go back into the word bloat, it doesn't one for one go to blood like I thought it did. When I was researching this document to go back in the Indo-European, I think it'd be ignorant to say there wasn't some connection at some point linguistically, but it wasn't bloat equals blood. It equals sacrifice. So it was much more about the offering than it was about the blood in particular. The blood was an element when an animal was involved. But the other thing that makes it very dissimilar to different types of sacrifices that other religions might do, the animals shared as a communal feast, bringing the folk and the gods and the ancestors together to eat together. And that's why at the beginning of this section, the sharing of a meal together is what brings families together. It's what builds bonds and relationship. We have a hall culture all about feasting together communally. Even in the secular age that we live in, it is still the most common, wholesome thing in American culture, and I would imagine other culture as well, for a family to get around a table and share a meal together, or to invite a guest to come eat at their table. That's a fundamental to building relationships, and it is the basis and the fundamental to our ritual structure.
Well, I was just to open up one slight thing that may be coming about. If you're new to Ásatrú and people ask you, oh, are you giving, sacrifices of animals and so on and so forth? Our ancestors certainly did. Some folk now today do this, but again, it is on that caveat that you're sharing a community meal. So it's sacral butchering to feed many folk and to do this. So I've been at members' homes that own livestock, and they commit to this, and they they have luckily, like, to preside and to go over these things and to share that. But again, it is not the entirety of all gifts. Many gifts and bloats come in many forms. So and there are bloats or perhaps gifting cycles that we don't do anymore. And I would say that's kind of like, again, looking at especially like captured enemies. You see this a lot in the lore, but at the same time, it's not the entirety. And yeah, we don't convolute the idea that mead is blood or that vice versa. Everything is the gift that it is. The general idea is that the gift is imbued with the might of the folks surrounded, and it is, in essence, there is a deficiency by removing the gift and then transferring the gift at a cost. That cost is, whether it's like for a lot of folks, traveling great distances, spending money to get there, they meet, they share community with their folk. That is part of what goes into the horn. There's a coalescence of sacrifice happening all the way from the moment you leave your door to the moment you touch the horn. And what comes out of that is the bonds and the community that you have with the gods and with your folk.
Absolutely. Alsavatni. It was then the custom to choose the best men to water sprinkle or give names to the children of high-born men. When the time came at which Thora expected to bear her child, she wished to go and find King Harold. He was then north at Seheim, while she at Moster. She went northward on Sigurd Jarl's ship. During the night they lay near the shore, and Thora bore a son upon the rock at the end of the bridge. Sigurd Jarl water sprinkled the boy, and called him Håkon, after his father, Håkon Hlaudi-Jarl. Saga of Harold Haarfagr. Alsavatni means sprinkling of water, the ritual act of bestowing a name upon an object or a person initiates a spiritual identity and a haminya. In the case of a new baby, the soul complex develops fully over time and is incomplete at birth. After a new baby has survived the first 9 days of life, an Alsavatni is performed. In an Alsavatni, the Nornir and the Aesir are invoked to witness and, ideally, to bless the occasion and the baby. At this time, a name is given to the new baby. The name is affixed to the baby by the sprinkling of water. The baby is introduced to the Aesir and to the assembled folk, and his or her new life given orientation and context within our folk, within our faith community, and as a child of the Aesir. Toasts are made to the baby and the baby's family, and at this time, the baby's soul is made complete and his or her identity fixed. One second, I'm sending a note to Nick.
Matt's finding all the typos today.
I am. There's a ton. It's kind of embarrassing. Marriage. Their marriage code, however, is strict, and indeed, no part of their manners is more praiseworthy. Almost alone among barbarians, they are content with one wife, except a very few among them, and these not from sensuality, but because their noble birth procures for them many offers of alliance. The wife does not bring a dower to the husband, but the husband to the wife. The parents and relatives are present and pass judgment on the marriage gifts. Gifts not meant to suit a woman's taste, nor such as a bride would deck herself with, but oxen, a caparisoned steed, a shield, a lance, and a sword. With these presents, the wife is espoused, and she herself, in her turn, brings her husband a gift of arms. This they count their strongest bond of union. These their sacred mysteries, these their gods of marriage. Lest the woman should think herself to stand apart from aspirations after noble deeds and from the perils of war, she is reminded by the ceremony which inaugurates marriage that she is her husband's partner in toil and danger. destined to suffer and to dare with him alike, both in peace and in war. The yoked oxen, the harnessed steed, the gift of arms, proclaim this fact. She must live and die with the feeling that she has received what she must hand down to her children, neither tarnished nor depreciated. What future daughters-in-law may receive, and may be so passed on to her grandchildren. Germania, chapter 18. Family is the foundation of our folk, the building block of community, and essential to Asatru. A marriage between one man and one woman of our folk is the foundations for the Asatru family. The bond of marriage is binding. Marriage has consequence and gravity. Asatru Gothar only perform legally binding, where such laws exist, weddings for a man and woman of our folk. Solemnized by a Gothi, these oaths are spoken under the watchful eyes of the Aesir. Funeral. Thus he, Odin, established by law that all dead men should be burned, and their belongings laid with them upon the pile, and the ashes be cast into the sea or buried in the earth. Thus said he, everyone will come to Valhalla with the riches he had with him upon the pile, and he would also enjoy whatever he himself had buried in the earth. For men of consequence, a mound should be raised to their memory, and for all other warriors who had been distinguished for manhood, a standing stone, which custom remained long after Odin's time. Ynglinga Saga. A son is better, though late he be born, and his father to death have fared. Memory stones seldom stand by the road, save when kinsman honors his kin. Halvamal 72. The preferred handling of the body after death is cremation and interment of the ashes. We orient the grave site westward towards the setting sun and the land beyond the veil. We mark the grave with a monument to help ensure the deceased is long remembered. The grave itself becomes an altar and a sacred place to honor and communicate with the deceased. An Asatru funeral ritually acknowledges the passing of one of our beloved folk. The funeral grants an auspicious start to a soul's journey, voyage beyond the veil. It is a time to beseech the ancestors and the Aesir to welcome the deceased and to grant them an honored destination in the afterlife. The funeral is also a time to aid in posthumous ascension. Existence does not end at death. That said, there's always opportunity for one's worth to increase, even after death. One way to aid a soul's ascension is to build their fame through build their fame through speaking of their deeds and through doing deeds in their honor. At the funeral, we raise toasts, we tell stories, we remember. It is the duty of the living to remember the dead and celebrate the memory of the worthy.
Kind of commenting here on some of the comments going on the side, not questions, but again, Al-Savatni is one of those kind of clear correlations where you see how baptismal from the Bible was kind of converted into, or like synthesizing with an already established tradition of the sprinkling of the child. And so, that's why you see some denominations, they don't believe that the sprinkling of the child is correct, that it should be done in a later date or age. Whereas, the sprinkling of the child, and I saw somebody mentioned, if you think about a lot of the traditions that the Abrahamic faiths have in the West, most of them got it from the predecessing faith that was in Europe. So, and that's us. The other thing is that I think one of the things that moved me the most when I was initially coming into the Asatru Folk Assembly was not only the dogged determination to make places where our folk could gather together to honor the gods, but also the extreme determination to make a place for our folk to have those ashes laid in a place where they would be continuously honored and respected, and that there's a gift cycle to them as well at the Hoffs. And that cannot be understated. That's one of the reasons why the Hoffs have come into existence. And I remember from the onset, Alzhirago, that you were very, very determined to make this point. And even when we found a grave at Thorshof from the pre-existing, the stone was in dereliction. It was broken. It was half buried. We dug it up. We cleaned it off. We tried to determine the best that we could through the knowledge that we had, finding out the person's name, and also that his wife is buried across the street in the cemetery. So there's no knowing why only one body was placed there and then moved, perhaps because of land issues or what have you, but that we built a gravestone and honored him. Even though it clearly says he's a Christian, we didn't place anything of our faith other than the life rune and the death rune, but we spoke of, on this land you will be honored and you will be remembered, which is far more than what the predecessing folk, the Christians that were there. And I think that's because it really is an isolation of the soul. The caveat is between you and Yahweh, and if you broke the covenant, then you got your problems, and if you didn't, then you're all good. But anything beyond that is nigh close to what they consider devil worship or demon worship. But for us, honoring the dead is hugely important, even for the folk that's buried there before, that isn't even of our faith. So that was a huge part, and I don't know if people miss it. Perhaps it's not emphasized a lot, but now having sacred burial ground at Odenshof, sacred burial ground at Njordshof, at Thorshof we still have only one, and that's kind of a sad story. Why we would have had one of our own folk there if they had committed to the will that they wanted that to happen. So it is really important that make sure, folks, our faith now has a place for you to rest. You should come home. You should work towards being better, being stronger, being noble. And as you live your life and build your community, you can know that when you're older, when you're an elder, you will be honored, respected, and people will consider your welfare and being. I think that's another thing I've noticed in some of the more perhaps fly-by-night or the social club kind of internet Asatru folks is they don't have a substantiated place to lay the dead, and they don't have a welfare and being for their elders. Very rarely do they have elders. And just as important for us to have children present and doing things and learning the ways of our folk is that there's also the end of life processes. And we have that. And we've had that under the guidance of Alzhirago, and the dogged determination to make sure that it happens. And I don't think people truly appreciate that, if you will. So driving that home a little bit more.
No, we had people just this last weekend out repairing graves at Sigerheim. So as far as linguistics, I am not the expert that I would like to be, but I am trying on it. I mentioned in going through this, the best, and some of it's speculative, that I can trace the word bloat goes back to a Proto-Indo-European it's hard because they've got funny pronunciation things, but like blad, which meant offering or sacrifice, whereas the root of blood goes back to something else that is akin to like blossoming or swelling. And that's, again, some of that when you get that far back is speculative, but like bleh, B-L-E-H, with funny pronunciation things next to them. So please don't, it's not, is what it do, but which is to bloom. So, and I had always assumed that bloat was a reference to blood as well. It's one of those things, again, I said at the top of the program, you hear these things repeated so many times, you just assume that's the way things are until you look at it. It's like last week, somebody talking about Lida Goda, meaning, you know, oh, that meant light or like white skin. But it didn't. It meant good, like good looks or pleasing visage, or as is always, you know, kind of the traditional pronunciation, goodly hue, like goodly coloring. So yeah, it's worth re-examining some of these things.
Oh, I was going to say too, I might be muted for a brief moment. I have family in for the 4th of July, and I think they're coming in right now. So I might be muted for a moment.
You should invite them to enjoy Victory Never Sleeps with us.
I think they're dragging in a bunch of youngins. They went to a late movie, and I'm sure they're going to be carrying someone over the shoulder.
Victory Never Sleeps is a joy for all ages. But here we go. So section 3, nobility through deeds. Aryan means noble. The truth of one's character is borne out by deeds. Being of the Aryan folk means holding ourselves to a high standard. We must live up to the noble reputation of our folk. Our deeds must make the Aesir, our ancestors, and our descendants proud. We strive to always be worthy. The 9 noble virtues. The 9 noble virtues were codified in 1974 by John Ewell Stubbe and John Gibbs Bailey Hoskold. These are some of the core values of Asatru: courage, truth, honor, fidelity, discipline, hospitality, self-reliance, industriousness, perseverance. Victory. The 10th noble virtue is victory. Victory is both a goal to achieve and a force to embody. Our focus should always be on achievement. Our eyes always set upon the prize. Every situation presents opportunities. With each opportunity, we can move closer to victory, provided we have the wisdom to recognize and the will to capitalize upon the opportunities Orlog presents. It is our obligation to win victories, both large and small, in all things, throughout all the days of our lives. And section 4 here, I'd like Svan to be with us for, because this is kind of the one that was going to have some of the meatier portions about death and the afterlife, and that's something we get a lot of questions on. And he returns.
Sorry.
No, I just got to the death and the afterlife section, which is kind of something we promised at the beginning of the program,
right.
And is going to address some of, and you know, Svan, I hope you've been able to keep track of Any statements of clarification on the side about the reincarnation bit? So, section 4, Beyond the Veil. We know that life continues after physical death occurs. Death is a process and a journey towards the next destination. The process involves the destruction of the physical and the coalescing of the essential. Our ancestors and the Aesir judge us throughout our lives, and their judgment determines what happens to us when we die. The following is where our folk find themselves after death. Special instances or circumstances may occur according to the will and power of the Aesir. Halls of the ancestors. Most of our folk will go to the halls of their ancestors. If deemed worthy, our folk are welcomed into their ancestral halls to celebrate and be reunited with their loved ones. As ancestors, the folk will look on and help to guide their descendants. Those who have lived exceptional lives and built mighty Hamenia have become, or may become, Alfar and Disir. Ascension. What kind of dream is it, said Odin, in which just before daybreak I thought I cleared Valhall for coming of slain men? I waked the Einherjar, bade Valkyries rise up and strew the bench, and scour the beakers, wine to carry, as for a king's coming. Here to me I expect heroes coming from the world, certain great ones. So glad is my heart. Eriksmal. If the Aesir judge someone worthy, they may elevate them to a higher form of existence. This may take many forms, but most often is described as a soul going to the halls of the Aesir, such as the Einherjar feasting in Valhall. The principle is that the deceased becomes more than they were as a mortal human, and becomes closer in relationship and in essence to the Aesir. This process can occur at the moment of death or at any time after death, according to the will of the Aesir. I need to make a note to Nick, if you will.
And I have been keeping track of kind of some of the questions. I will say I think we should include the section about disillusion before we proceed with the entirety of that subject,
Yes.
which, I think it's pretty obvious why. I think a lot of folks are very concerned about the afterlife and what goes on about that. But some of the processes I think are far too complicated that they break the express mission of this this document. And so that's why I think there is a lot of confusion, and why I'm really, really glad we're going through with this. I think the brevity of the document is so good that the benefits outweigh the consequences. But one of the consequences is that there are some more intricate things that we could go on and on about, but that would then nullify the purpose of the document.
Absolutely. So, disillusion. A hall I saw, far from the sun. On Nastrond it stands, and the doors face north. Venom drops through the smoke vent down. For around the walls do serpents wind. I saw there, wading through rivers wild, treacherous men and murderers too, and workers of ill with the wives of men. There Nidhogger, malice striker, sucked the blood of the slain, and the wolf tore men. Would you know yet more? Belusbau 38 through 39. If the soul of the deceased is rejected by their ancestors and rejected by the Aesir, that soul is dissolved and recycled. This complete dissolution of the soul occurs when the soul is found without worth, and its continued existence is a harmful disgrace to the Aesir and to our folk. This dissolution occurs on Naustrand, Corpse Shore. Now the sayings of the High One are uttered in the hall for the Wheel of Men, for the woe of Jotuns. Hail those, thou who hast spoken. Hail thou that knowest. Hail ye that have hearkened. Use thou who hast learned. Havamal 164. So this is the entirety, and we will go back over stuff, but going through that, I'd like to go ahead and talk about this concept of reincarnation that folks ask questions about. So the initial question, and there's been a lot of clarification over in the chat room. So going back up to it, I'm trying to find out, why does the AFA deny reincarnation when you see the concept in the sagas? So it depends on
that one.
I mean, people have, I don't know where this person's coming from, or how heavily invested they are in the concept. But if you believe something for a large part of your life and it's a core value to you, it's easy to come in hot when you feel that it's being challenged or contradicted. I see over in the side kind of a bit of qualification that I feel like maybe we should mention. I'd like to clarify, I do not believe in a unitary or indivisible soul, but I do believe that transmigration of the parts of the soul, including the consciousness. So a couple of things to kind of format this. So I've said this a lot of times, and I think it's really important. When you are reading any holy text, it's wrong for you to turn off all of your life up experience up to that point, all of your logic, all of the things that you've come to know as an adult, and just completely read something without the context of all of the things that you've learned and what you know about life. True things are true, whether they're expressed in a holy text or not. True things exist. The way that we conceptualize that truth and how it fits into our worldview might change conceptually, but the basic pieces kind of don't. We are individuals, and we all are kind of individual units. It's hard because some of the words trip over themselves, but we're individual persons. We're not like 9 people in one person's body that then break apart as if each different piece of the soul complex were its own individual. There is a fundamental that is us that encompasses all parts of that soul during our time in Midgard. We know that to be a fundamental truth of our existence. We all understand there is a clear line between me and Svan. We can shake hands, but our hands don't merge into one another. There's Svan and there's me. When we die, part of us, like us as a thing, continues existence. What form that existence takes, that's part of the great unknown, and we have insight into it, but we don't know all of it. But what we do know is that, for example, when my grandfather passed, he exists somewhere after his passing. We communicate with our dead loved ones at our altar. We make offerings. We interact with them that they full know who we are and accept our offerings and have their integral parts of who they are with them, or else they're not them. That person exists beyond the veil. If you name your child after that person is not ripped from beyond the veil and then reborn in your child, but poorly wiped of its system to where it sort of remembers a couple of things and has a couple of quirks to it, but otherwise doesn't have any of the stuff that made it who it was. That's just not true. If it is true, it is certainly not true in the vast majority of cases. It just isn't. And there's no expression in our lore of a widely accepted understanding that that's the case. The one-for-one reincarnation, like, this is this person reborn. To say that it is nowhere in any of the sagas is not true. But if that were true, it would be everywhere. Because why wouldn't it be? When you mark your lineage from great kings descended from Odin, why would the heroes and, local jarls and political figures not claim to be any of these great heroes of the past reborn? But you don't see any of that. You don't see in the official chronicling of kings by their heralds or the skalds under their employ saying that, this guy is this other even bigger guy reborn. Certainly you would have that because you have political poems that are absolutely done to elevate a king's standing. You see that constantly. You see the interplay of that a lot in Egil's saga. None of those shape out that way because it wasn't a commonly understood thing. There were a few very exceptional circumstances where somebody mentions that might happen. And as I put as a caveat in there, I'm not saying that could not possibly happen. Certainly, if our gods decided to make that happen through all of their might as gods, they could do that. But we don't see that as a regular truth that exists and is relevant to most people, to lots of people. We only see that in these very, very rare exceptions. And still, it's not like a universally agreed upon thing. It's a thing that some of that person's kinfolk say, this is, so-and-so reborn. They're just like them. And they may have a shared memory. They may have a thing. So one may ask, but what about the idea of naming your children after a deceased loved one so that they could reincarnate within the bloodline? That's also kind of misleading. So what we do think is really important, all of the pieces of your soul complex that are necessary for your existence in Midgard are not necessary for your existence beyond the veil. Pieces of those and elements of who you are that are not finite can be shared or bequeathed to your loved ones through the natural connection of our souls. That is heightened by you are submitting that request by naming one of your offspring after a deceased ancestor. You are reaching out to them in the hopes that some of their skill, some of their personality, some of their memory, some of their character, some of their luck, their hamenya, can be inherited by that offspring. That we absolutely do believe is the case. For example, I named my daughter after my grandfather. She is not my grandfather. I don't address her as my grandfather. It all set when you actually try to live it out, it seems silly. And I don't do that to make fun. It's just that when you try to work out the details on it as a one for one, it becomes very odd. I don't sit my daughter in a chair and then make prayers and offerings to her as a way to communicate with my grandpa. No, I do that at my altar, and I absolutely believe that he hears them and accepts them. He doesn't exist in two places at once. That's not anything that our lore or our understanding of the traditions of our ancestors indicate to us. So the logic really doesn't bear out when you try to bring it that way. And I know that in Asatru circles in modern times, reincarnation is talked about a lot as if it's just something that, the Norse believed in that. But where? Show me. Because I don't see that other than a few very, very select issues in the sagas. And I can think of maybe 3 of like fairly minor persons having that suggestion made. In other cultures where that is the belief of that culture, we see it very prominently. In Hinduism, you see that very prominently because they do believe that. In the understanding of the Buddhists, especially as they talk about, I think that soul. I think the soul choosing to come back as a full reincarnation is the bodhisattva. You see that as a thing. You see the Dalai Lama being a one-for-one reincarnation situation. Other cultures that genuinely believe that is so much of the point of Egyptian paganism, to where Pharaoh is Ra and the Pharaoh at the same time inhabiting the same body. But that reincarnation is there, and that's a big part of the Pharaoh's legitimacy. You don't see that in European paganism. You don't very often. You certainly don't see that with kings and heroes and people that you would think that would happen with. So that's kind of my spiel about it. Svan, what do you have to add to that?
Well, I would say again, what you have said. First and foremost, I think it's important. With the way that the question was worded at first, seemed like it was like the need for us to be rejecting it, like it was kind of like an aha moment, or this is the fallacy that this is the linchpin, but that's not true. And then it is stated later, Betty Bowman also said, or B.D. Bowman said, I do not believe in a unitary, indivisible soul. This is not what I mean by reincarnation. However, I do believe in the transmigration of the parts of the soul, including the consciousness. And then that's when I realized, like, there is no kind of linchpin. That's exactly what we're describing.
Except for the consciousness.
Well, or perhaps the wording is getting lost.
And and I think that's here too. And I'm watching over in the side, something else that I think is and this isn't meant insultingly at all. I think that belief is very much informed by Oriental practice.
I was getting to that. Yeah.
So the most recent statement on the side is, if your grandfather did reincarnate into your daughter, obviously your daughter isn't your grandfather. This confusion comes from an over-attachment to the physical and not the transcendental reality. If we shed all those pieces of our soul to unify into the nothingness that is my understanding of how Hindus see nirvana, that's not what we're trying to do, and it's a fundamental difference. The individual soul, the Einherjar, is what our folk do celebrate and always have. The maintaining your selfness, your identity of who you are beyond the veil, is fundamental to our belief. It is why we venerate and interact with in the gift cycle and communion with our ancestors. It's why we worship fallen heroes. It's why we make offerings and commune with the dead. We can't do that if the dead are one big soup of soul mass. You can only do that in any of our understanding and in our tradition. You can only do that with an individual soul that has consciousness and awareness of itself and its relation to others. That's why all of this is built upon the personal relationship built by the gift cycle. It's not an attachment to the physical, but it is definitely an attachment to the identity, to the identity. And that's a very big difference. There's no point of what we are trying to do that comes to a coalescing of all being part of some great nothingness after death. We don't want to do that. A fundamental belief is that life is good. So we're not trying to escape the misery of existence to be liberated into a unity. We want to be individuals beyond the veil. That's a big current and one of the fundamentals to Asatru, to the cult of the hero, to the cult of the ancestors, that is throughout Aryan tradition as expressed in the West, and I believe Aryan tradition in the East in its earliest forms. What do you say, Svan?
I was going to speak about the understanding of the circulatory system of the cosmos, the cosmological movement of that which is spiritual. I think that one of the things that's really lost is that when we speak about the soul leaving the place of our ancestors, it is done through ascension. And that ascension being drawn up to the holy gods and being placed there amongst them. And then if you're also anointed to the position of Alvar or Disir, but there is a clear disconnect. If you go through that processes, and let's say the God's will that you are to be put upon the earth in the bloodline of your folk, there is a clear disconnect in the consciousness that might be, maybe people boil it down to a biological thing. You can't have those connections, because you're a baby and the baby doesn't know those connections, but perhaps later on. But the cumulative gifts and things that are given unto the descendants of the folk are also, I think, something we should account for. We spoke about Haminya, and so if the ancestors have the ability to give up and place upon in this circulatory system through Yggdrasil and the source of time, they are, in essence, ascending boon, whether, again, like I said, Haminya or what have you. These pieces are important. They're, of course, again, it's that relationship between the gods. But Yggdrasil in heaven, with the roots, and why Needhog is trying to destroy that root is because he wants to break the cycle of that which is between the ancestors and the gods and the folk, and again back to the ancestors. But that process is not, again, one for one. And I think that the major reason is those religions that believe in the one for one reincarnation are also those religions that believe in abandoning the ego. And I think that that is a direct kind of opposition to Asatru, is that the ego, or the ek, as we call it, in the soul, is important. It's important because it is the receiving end of the call when we honor the ancestors. And that the ancestors give unto us the haminya. There's many pieces and things that they can, clearly attach to, and they do attach to with the anchoring point, which is the metagenetics. It is important that a man and a woman greatly consider the person that they're getting with and the descendancy that they will create, because it is about that connection to your ancestors, how they can anchor into you and how they can then give you those boons. It's not just your deeds. I mean, your deeds are very, very important, but the metagenetics are a visceral connection point that the ancestors can then send up from their level, the place away from time. They send it up, and then it is decreed by the holy gods how it is placed within existence. And that includes the Alvar, that includes the Disir, or that includes the souls that remain in the heavenly realm. So I think that's the big drive that is spurning this conversation. I love the conversation, actually. I think it's good. And I think that really the clarity, or perhaps the de-Easternizing of a lot of the concepts, is the biggest thing we have to do, and why it's being done. Why we don't want to abandon the ego. Why we don't see, the world as an illusion, and we don't see the ancestors as the faceless soup of, being. Why they, why the soul can remain, sometimes even remaining on earth, to, sometimes in disillusion. Oftentimes that's an issue. Other times is that they are decreed to remain. They go through the cycle and then are placed in the barrow mound. They're placed in the sacred battlefield. Their memory, and I'm talking about high elevations, because we've already talked about where the hamur oftentimes remains, where that part of the soul from the living to the dead remains here, just like the body. The body remains here and does not carry on to the beyond the veil. And that hamur is not to be confused with, say, a conscious Alvar Barrowite. It's I think it's, and worth noting that we see this again and again and again in our lore, that the pieces connected, the way that the faith works, the way that the gods decree their power, from the top, from the well of weird, and how they place it into the middle, and then it goes to the lower, and then it rises up again through the root. That process is really important. And I want to make sure, people get that.
Yeah. As a point to note is, the questioner, my background comes from Platonic philosophy and not Oriental religions. And that may affect how we see the question. Okay.
Oh. I just saw the again the with the obsession with ego and one's identity comment.
Okay. Well, that is and has always been a very fundamental principle of the Asatru Folk Assembly, and the heroic understanding of the afterlife and celebrating the hero. And I think that's really important. I also don't. I see a lot of people come to. There's a fundamental kind of disconnect, I think, often between philosophy and religion. And I think they contemplate a lot of similar questions, but in different ways. I don't find Plato's school of philosophy to be pious in a religious sense to Aryan deity, but kind of a reforming of thought. And I think that's something that you see by Plato's time in Greece, is a real divergence away from, at least in literary circles, from devotional worship of their gods. And you see it really, really differently that way. But yeah, I don't think that that reflects original Hellenic thought or religion in a faithful way. And I think that it's kind of one of the important things about it is it is a divergence from European paganism. But I hope that stated where we're at on the idea of reincarnation and I don't know, identity beyond the veil.
I wanted to speak up to, again, the assumption that there is this obsession with the ego and one's identity is kind of like saying you obsess about your hand being a hand or what have you. No, the idea is that if you're bestowed gifts from your ancestors and you do not view them as perhaps who they were in their lives or the deeds that they committed, you're in essence robbing them of their deeds. And so that's one of the big reasons why the ek is so important. It's not a worship of the ego as it is an understanding of identity, that you are in essence robbing. And you see this a lot in two ways. People do it with the holy gods when they explain them. They try to pigeonhole them into frames without any considerations for other things. They don't really observe. They're kind of like on a railroad track. And then the other is they do this with the ancestors, and they do it with the souls in general. And it is important that if your fame, if your deeds, if your efforts to elevate your soul are then completely dissolved when you die, what is the point of that? You want that correlation between your identity and who your consciousness is to your deeds. And then if that's the case on the other aspect, can all who are, say, who've committed needling acts, are they absolved of that once they pass away? But no, those deeds are deeply connected to who they were, their consciousness, their identity. Those things do not break apart. And that doesn't mean there's an obsession for it, but that there isn't, again, the great soup. If you commit a needling act, as it was said, and you cross the river and there Nidhogger is, diluting or breaking apart the soul, why would that caveat, why would that understanding be there if there wasn't a correct connection to your ego, i.e. the part of your soul that was ever present during your deeds? I find this a lot too. Some circles say, when you die, you kind of get judged in the afterlife, and the gods kind of descend down into the realm that every Aryan branch kind of really is clear about certain gods not stepping into those underworld elements for a very, very important reasons. But though that, even if that was the case, the trialing system is connected to the ek, is connected to the ego. And when you move into and you are honored by those, if you're allowed to come in by the ancestors and they bring you forth, they're not doing it because it's just a blob part of the big blob now. It's because of your deeds and because of your actions. So to call that an obsession towards ego, I don't think is correct. I don't think that's right.
So we are victims of language often on here. And when explaining, I mean, we've seen it within this episode, we see it a lot. Words have meaning, and over time, words carry associations, either positive or negatively. In the world we currently live in, ego, as is used in the everyday vernacular, is almost a bad word. It means that you're like self-obsessed or only worried about your own stuff. I notice that Jay over in the chat said being a hero sometimes mean abandoning the ego and sacrificing oneself for the greater cause. I don't think that's abandonment of ego at all. I think that's what makes it heroic. If you conceived of, well, I am nothing, I'm nobody, and I'll just go back into the ultimate oneness of nobodiness, then you're not making a sacrifice. You're getting a ticket out of the suffering of this world into, going back to the formless mass. It's when you are very aware of your ego and yourself and all of the loss and the risk and the things that you incur by your action that makes them heroic to still sacrifice for the greater good when you are aware of yourself. That's what adds the layer of heroism to it.
That's all.
We've made ego seem like it's a bad thing and it means selfishness. It doesn't. It means awareness of self. Your ego means your awareness of how you feel and how you treat others, how the reputation you build is either good or it's poor, the effect you have on the world around you, and your potential to cause good or to cause evil through your actions. It's very much taking a responsibility for self because you recognize your individual agency to make those choices.
Yeah, there would be no moral equivalency between, say, sacrificing your life to save others versus taking your own life. And we know that there is a clear differentiation between those two. We know that when someone takes their own life and the deficit that it causes by the ego, the soul, that person drawing that hole in the strata around them. But we also know, in very much the same way, if there is an end that's going to culminate by doing these actions, and you know it, but you still do it for the greater good, the heroism that Ásatrú they just talked about is because the recognition of the value of the self, the value of the soul, of the ek, is still being laid down to the terms of fate. And that's what makes it different, what makes it ennobled and that's why it hits us differently. One creates this kind of boon of value and the understanding of that value versus the deficit of that value.
And I'd like, I respect your Beat Bowman. I respect your wishes on whatever you want to do in regards to membership or however your thoughts and feelings progress as relates to your religious practice. But reading your last comment, I can't help but think that, we might fundamentally not be disagreeing as much as you think. The quote is, "I'm not a non-dualist that thinks reality is illusory. And unlike Buddhists, I believe that people do indeed exist. By ego, I mean an exaltation of the person to the detriment of other things, such as the community, logic, etc. Nowhere in anything that Svan or I have spoken of, or that's written in the document we're talking about, or in the fundamental beliefs of the Ásatrú Folk Assembly, do we support the ego as a detriment to other things or a detriment to the community. The ego is the building block of what makes the community, and that may sound like such a strange thing, but there is a blending of community and individual that is where the magic happens in Asatru. An individual recognizing their own agency as an individual and putting that agency to work for the betterment of his brothers and sisters, that is the nobility that we talk about. That is the ideal. Selfishness and self-indulgence are anathema to anything that we're talking about here. And if you are presuming that, because you've presumed a couple of things. You talked about obsession with ego, and you've talked about ego meaning self at the detriment of other things. That's not what we mean by that word. And your understanding of that core value is really different. And I wouldn't want you to make decisions based on a misunderstanding of terms. But no, ego is very much, yes, it's absolutely can be at the center of selfishness. Absolutely, of course. But it's also the center of heroism, of responsibility, and depending on and how, of guilt, of feeling terribly bad for things that you have done because you are aware of your agency to help out in the world and to do good things or to harm people through poor actions that you've made. Let's step away from just a sec. I'll be right.
Well, and I wanted to bring up that one of the words that may be causing some of that confusion is in the soul section when we speak of the ek. That is the correlation of what we might use as ego. I mean, we could easily use like Dasein. It is, again, the awareness of self, the agency of self, the value in which what is placed on your honor. If you concern yourself with the elevation of your honor, it is placed upon your ek. And that is really important. It is also the skein in which the Nornir connect you to the divine. It is the ek is the thing that in essence is first bestowed with ond. It is the pre-death container of much of the soul. And when we talk about that, we're talking about Minni and we're talking about Huud. Memory and thought are kind of, again, correlated in the ego or the ek, the Dasein of the self. And that those parts and components, when we pass, it carries that currency that we spoke of, that value, the value of making your ancestors proud. It's the value in which even after you return to the place of death, that you can also be ascended up the route into the heavenly realm and adjudicated into positions that substantiate order in the cosmos. And I think that's another thing that's kind of lost on folks as to why perhaps, the Yggdrasil is in the top. It is the center of all things, no matter what level you may, conceive. But Yggdrasil is in the top, and the roots are, few know where they flow. The memory that flows, the actions that happen, that goes into the land of dissolvement or resistance and dissipation. That's where that memory flows in Mimir as well. But in Vergelmer, there is, of course, the torrentialness. And I think that Snorri did definitely, paint a lot of some of his Christian concepts there. But Nidhogger is trying to break that root because it breaks that very key component, which is the soul complex, the pieces. They go up and they are then adjudicated by the gods to fill in the places that they deem it. That's how Alvar become Alvar. That's how Dizir become Dizir. It's because after that death, the honoring that the living have for that man or that woman greatly influences that placement. And then the Alfar are again cycled through. The Dizir are cycled through, and they're placed as kind of again guardian angel or a guardian of a land or an area or what have you, and they have that elevated position. And then, the souls continue on. It's so important. The other thing is like when we've spoken about Sumbul and the Bragaful. The Bragaful is often misconceived as to be simply just the bragging cup. But really what that is the value and the currency of your deeds that you have for your community. A lot of folks, it's not simply bragging about, say, I don't know, the money you have or the car you have. No, it's about perhaps the obstacles that have been in your way and that you have achieved past them. And what that purpose is not only to celebrate what you have done, but also to encourage other folk to attack the obstacles they have. And so I wanted to address that too, because I don't want that to be confused. Though it does have root to bragging, the bragging is about that, again, spiritual currency that we build, that haminya that we build.
Even that is another word that has been... Christianity has had a profoundly negative effect on our folk soul over time. One of the fundamental elements of Christianity is taking worth and value from the human and conceiving of humanity as all bad, literally living under a death sentence that was redeemed by the blood of Christ. You are saved from this death sentence that Yahweh imposed upon you by faith alone, not by works, that none might boast. So any concept of individual pride is anathema. And it took a long time and in subtle steps, but that has affected a lot of the way that this conversation is, even the words used in it. And if I can, hearken back to Plato, because you mentioned that was your background, when he would do his lectures on stuff, defining terms at the beginning was a really important part of it. And it's why that's an important part of modern debate, is that makes a big difference. Words make a really big difference. So bragging and ego and all of these things have a really bad connotation. No, speaking pridefully about something, a service that you've done or something you've accomplished, wasn't just about like, hey, everybody, celebrate me, I'm so self-obsessed. It was a way of stating your worth when you are in a worth-based society. It is justifying your existence. One of the fundamental things that I have people do, I actually got this from the 9 Doors of Midgard by Edred Thorson as a thing, is to make a comprehensive list of your good qualities and your bad qualities and consult that all the time. Being hyper aware of your strengths and weaknesses puts you in a position to work on those and make those better. Being in a spot where you have to justify your worth and make a compelling case for you being a good person puts a lot of stuff in very valuable perspective to help for you to be better and to do bigger and better things. And it's really important, but it doesn't have value without recognition of yourself as a individual noble entity that makes choices. Your individuality and your identity as a person is what puts that responsibility upon you and that awareness. Svan has disappeared into the ether. But in the meantime, Lion of Apollo question: how does the horse Freyfaxi relate to the harvest rituals seen historically at the time of the 8th moon / August?
I'm back. Sorry.
So Svan, how does, and this is a fine question, how does the story of the horse Freyfaxi have anything to do with August Harvest Festival?
Well, it's actually quite minimal. The reality of it is that the horse Freyfaxi was named such because of the coloring of the mane being a wheat color, and the correlation that wheat being called the hair of Frey. And again, we have a lot of connections with this, say, through especially with the Anglo-Saxons and the John Barleycorn traditions. But that Njal, the Govi of Frey, named the horse such because the mane was the color of wheat. And so transferring that. Freyfaxi, the horse, there's not correlations, I would say, to the Holy Tide. It's a far more interesting story about the weird that we weave and what comes of that. And the real connection, again, is if you were to have a horse and you were going to, or an animal and what have you, and they have a feature that reminds you of something else, and you name it in relation to that reference, it is the wheat-colored hair of the horse. He was also a Govi who held full trui or full troth to Freyr, and that caused a ripple effect that was fairly great. The horse that we actually talk about is the virility of and the vehicle of Lord Freyr, but it's a unique vehicle because, again, it's cyclical. Gulenbursti has different connotations to light and to wealth, but the horse Blodinhova, the bloody hooves, is the virility and the power of Lord Frey that is bestowed upon us and that we attempt to encapsulate a small piece of in order to last us till the next time when he returns with the coming of the opening of the gates and with him coming to the earth and reuniting with his love, Gerð, or Gerður. So the naming behind it, I think, was lost, and people when they read the saga, they're like, this has nothing to do with like a harvest or what have you. The other thing is that moving some of the titling of the holy tides, the common one that was used in the Anglo-Saxons was loaf mass. And the only reason why moving away from that was because there was a time in which the harvest festivals and the Christian mass of that time were kind of integrated. They utilized the native faith, the true faith of the folk, to overlay their own. So you'll find that that's why, for instance, with Valsbergenacht, we moved away and went more towards Hexenacht or Nornirnacht, which is Witches' Night. And then we also focused more on Frey Faxi as opposed to Loaf Mass or Lamas, if you want to get with the Gaulish term. I believe it's Lamas, and the usage that the modern Wiccans did. So it was kind of more or less like there's a lot of people who know this. There's a lot of people that understand it. It does give a good separation away from Christianity, and the correlation of the horse's hair looked like wheat. It was the color of wheat. That's Frey Faxi. That's the hair of Lord Frey. That's the correlation. That's the connection. But when you look at the saga, there's no that's not actually the meat and potatoes of that saga do not help facilitate the naming of the Holy Tide. And I find it funny, but it's a great question, and it's really important that we point that out. Frey Faxi means
so here's the thing. There's no. It's exactly that. Nobody's trying to pull a fast one, but in the story, concept is the guy was a Freysman, and the Harvest Festival is a very appropriate time to honor Lord Freyr, and that's what we do during that. The other thing is we're doing something every month, so sometimes we go with some stuff. It's been what's traditionally been practiced, and one of the trying to remember whether it was at Frey Faxi or not. It was in the late summer on a trip I went to Denmark. We did a bloat to Frey, and it was really, the imagery was really beautiful. We did a bloat to Freyr, and the old Gothi who was there, he was one of their elders in their community, one of the kind of founding generation of modern Asatru in Denmark, and he had left the hospital against advice. He had just had a surgery, but he wanted to be there to do bloat for us, and specifically to do bloat for our founder, Steve McNallen, who was there with me. And we were in this, there's a stone circle surrounding a dolmen or a piled up, stone chamber. And we did this Frey bloat there. And while it was going and we were just taking it all in, I believe while he was pouring the mead, looked over to, I don't know what direction I was at the time, but I looked over towards my left, and in the distance, and we were surrounded on all sides by these flowing grain fields. I mean, for the point of the story, I want to say they're wheat fields, but I don't know my grains that well. But yeah, just flowing, because you could see the wind ripple off them, these flowing sea of grain. And just so it just so happened that right within my sight there, this farmer had his stable of a couple of horses, and the horses were neighing and dancing in the wind with the wheat. And it was a really, special moment. But no, it's cool, and it's us not naming something after the Christian celebration of it. It's us celebrating the end of summer, the beginning of the harvest, and giving bloat and worship to our God of abundant crops and fertility. And so that's what we're doing, just like we celebrate Lord Frey at the beginning of planting season, and with the charming of the plow, we celebrate him in the reaping as well.
There was one other thing, and I don't want to say like all of our ancestors did this, and we should do it too. At the same time, I am quite certain that it was remarked as being a thing for at least a certain time, and it was particularly focused in Iceland. That is a small amount of the entirety of our ancestors. So that's another thing, is when we facilitate structuring things, we try to take consideration and logic throughout the entirety of it. But I remember a really cool conversation that was talked about, at least at some point in Iceland. At the end of the summer, they would have horse fights, and they would choose the champion. The champion would be studded out, and then the champion horse would be sacrificed to Lord Freyr or to the gods, and that the meat was then shared with the folk gathered. Again, the entirety of this, like, this was told to me by an Icelander named Jörmungr, but looking through, trying to find it, say, specifically in our religious lore, I can't find it. It sounds much more like a localized thing that was spoken about or understood about in Iceland. But it is, again, worth noting that imagery, that ceremony, even though it wasn't done by others, it seems to transfer, and it's starting to reestablish itself again in the souls and the minds of the folk in relation to that holy tide. The cyclical nature of the vehicle of the prince of the gods, Lord, or the Holy Freyr, and its leaving of its flesh, or the leaving of its virility into the world, the same as the last bale of hay kind of given to John Barleycorn. And anybody who's never looked into that, it's really cool to look into the correlations between John Barleycorn as kind of an post-Christian, worship to Lord Frey. It's really, really cool. And it was kind of done to hide the ever watchful eye of the people in your society that had kind of taken fully to the backwards religion, or took to the power of it, and they wanted to call people out for stuff. So they started hiding things, and then other things they couldn't hide, so they integrated. Loaf mass was one of them, and generally, when you look up loaf mass, they'll talk about how the bread loaves were either sold in the churches or given out during mass at the churches, and they, some will give a nod towards the previous holy tides of the folk, and it was generally, it could be different from town to town, it could be different from country to country. That's why it's so hard for us to just kind of point at something unilateral, or like I said, it was practiced in Iceland doesn't mean that the Norwegians did it, doesn't mean that the Swedes did it, or the Danes, or the Germans, or the Frisians, and what have you. So it's really important when somebody says this is how our ancestors did it, and they're talking about the Icelanders in this century did it, and that might not be the entirety of all of our ancestors of Europe. But you see a lot of that kind of adherence, that there was some sort of like completely correlated, connected holidays. And really, it is about kind of sifting through what has survived and bringing about an understanding. We know that our ancestors celebrated at this time. What shall we call it? And what does it even, what does it look like? Well, let's look at what we already do in celebration of the harvest, which harvest festivals still exist even in Christian America. And then we expound on some of the knowledge we know outside of that and the roots in which it comes from. And that's what truly formulated a lot of Asatru's religious holy tides. There wasn't just like a, make it up. There's also, again, cross-referencing to other traditions and looking at that as well. But there's a lot to it. But if anybody ever tells you that like the saga is connected to the name, they're being dishonest. That is not the case. It's that the name referenced wheat, and that's the connection.
So
I see a ton of great questions coming in from Finwraith and Wolf Throne. I'm like, these are some of
Would
the
you like to see the other Aryan religious traditions one day be resurrected in a folkish pan-Aryan way? Currently, we have Asatru and Sanatana Dharma, but Hellenism could obviously or absolutely be reconstructed with how much information and more we have on it. And it's interesting to me that there never have been a pan-Aryan, folkish, Hellenic church. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying Ásatrú isn't good enough. It absolutely is, but it would be nice to have all our branches that we lost come back. You know what I mean? Yes, in concept, and then I try to play it out in my head. I don't. If our gods will that to happen and would like to see that sort of diversity in their worship, then by all means, I am absolutely for it if that's what they would like. I don't see an indication or a logical reason to believe that's the case. We don't have, so when we look at, and this is just me logicking, you asked kind of my opinion on it. We often view stuff anachronistically and we celebrate relics of old stuff because it's cool, and most of us really like history. But like stone fences in Ireland are really romantic and cool, and we celebrate these old ruins. No, great grandpa stopped taking care of his farm. We don't have that same sense when you drive by, a corrugated steel farm, farm building that's rotting and rusted in, middle America where grandpa stopped taking care of his farm. But we do in that context because we reserve it for a different time and a different place. So how did our Aryan faith take all of the different multiplicity of shapes that it took? Our people migrated and conquered and wandered and spread into very isolated locations where communication was hard and the connections got lost to time, and the individual expressions of Aryan religion developed very differently. We don't live in that time anymore. And I don't think that that level of difference is relevant to the current state of our ability to communicate with one another. We are a people, and now we are people who is reconnected. So we've wandered across the surface of the earth. We've gone all the way around till we've met ourselves. And so we're reintegrating our faith. We're re-bringing it back to a unified faith, which doesn't have to mean squashing naturally occurring cultural diversity in different Aryan areas. But I don't see that happening. It's coalescing in one way that's very effective. And I see the blessings of the Aesir in that way. I don't see that occurring, as you mentioned. I don't see that in these other situations. I don't see this great resurgence. I don't see it in Sanatana Dharma either. I think it's a relatively small movement. I see white people trying to find the answers in exotic Oriental religion, and I've seen that for a long time. I mean, we've all historically seen that for, century and a half now or thereabouts. But what I do see as authentically ours is Asatru, and that's what's being successful. And I don't fault you for asking the question. I think it's a really good question. But I wonder if our people, some of this I do think harkens back to the worrying about obsession with ego. What I think our people really do a lot, we get obsessed with being individualistic and nobody wants to conform. So everybody wants to create their own new thing. We're always on the lookout for, well, what other things could happen? Or what about if we did something different instead of, hey guys, how about we focus on what we are doing? How about we focus on what is working and just put in the hard work to make the thing that's already working be successful instead of every individual person going out and starting their own new thing from scratch. And that is what I think is very, very important. So, I mean, if our gods will that these other expressions of our faith pop up these other places, then by all means, absolutely. But no, I'd rather all that energy went into growing and building Asatru and building Asatru's, building it back up to a prominence to where it's the religion of our folk. I would much rather see that than a dispersion of that energy. What say you, Svan? You are muted.
One of the things that you said, that last part, is one thing that popped in my head almost immediately. I don't think it could happen simply because that correlation between wanting in the ego to create or to maintain. And so organizing is, so like getting all of the branches of the Aryan folk to come together and kind of agree on pan Aryan names of the gods and all of that. I don't know. That's lofty, but I just don't see it because of a couple of reasons. One, on the negative side, ego. On the positive side, there is a lot of history in certain branches of the Aryan folk that they run deep, including ours. So doing that would relinquish, again, a slight ethnic connection, whether it's just language, to the gods, of the gods, and vice versa for everyone else. The other thing I noticed too is especially in America, there are a lot of folks who are like a Gaelic or Gallic admixture with Germanic. Even my father, looking at the genetic tests, Anglo-Saxon and Irish kind of admixture on that side. And I find a lot of people that come in, they have this kind of confliction that they should be honoring the Gaulish gods or Celtic gods. And they feel like they're kind of falling back or backsliding when they honor the Germanic, the Teutonic. And then this, of course, purity spirals. Some Germanic folks are like, no, we've got to say their names in, mainland continental German, or we got to do the Proto-Indo-European hypothesized original names like Wodenaz and Therisas and things like that. That stuff fragments. And what I think Al-Siragodi is saying is, no, we have a unified language. We all speak English, and we know of the correlation of the history of the Aesir, or the Essen, if you want to talk about it from the German and Anglo-Saxon. We know this, but it all really zeniths into the Nordic seed that was kept and then disseminated after many, many generations. So why break that, but just simply continue it on? Understand the influences and the elevations and the levels in which our ancestors, dealt with a lot of that. And
so also right action at the right time and learning how to move within the current of Orlaw and the playing out of right action and the development of recognizing what the gods want and what they don't. We don't always get that perfect. I promise you. Nobody on your screen now or in the Asatru Folk Assembly always does everything the way that our gods would want us to. I wish that we did. I can promise you that the two people talking to you now try really hard to, but we are not delusional and do not believe that we are, perfect or close to it. But we want to be. And one of those things is recognizing what the gods want over you having a cool idea. And we run into it. This may seem not connected, but I'm doing it anyway. So here's the thing that I run in when we deal with folks that are interested in, and this isn't a slam at anybody. I think we all maybe start from this place. But when we're training new Gothar, and when I first got involved, everybody, that was the day one, cool, how do I be a Gothi? Like, never read anything, don't know anything about Asatru. I've been Asatru since Tuesday. Cool, how do I become a Gothi? I'm lying to you if I didn't say, or at least think to say, that exact same thing. I don't fault any of that at all. After having been a Gothi for 12 years now, I did not have any idea all of where that would lead or what that means until you're in that spot. So I say that to say this: when people start talking about rituals, it used to be a really big thing for people to write their rituals. And it's very easy for a Gothi or a Githya, when they are first starting out, to spend all of their time on a ritual focusing on theatrics. What cool thing can I do? What kind of show can I put? Almost like a ritual drama, but with a focus on like, what of my own pizzazz can I put on this stuff to make it funky? Like, what can I do to make this, what can I do to make this my cool performance that I'm doing? And honestly, until you know better, until you learn those lessons, I don't fault that as a place to start. I do fault it as a place to stay, but not as a place to start. What you learn, though, is bloat isn't about you expressing yourself. It's about you facilitating a connection between our gods and our folk. It's about you pleasing the gods, not about you entertaining the folk with your own artistry. Now, yes, your bloat is more powerful if you can find a way to make it yours and express, to do what you're doing more authentically and with a greater part of yourself involved in it. But it's not about that if it makes a difference. Like, yeah, it may be cool if let's wipe the slate clean every 10 years and redo Aryan religion. We can all try to recreate all the names in something that we all agree on instead of what somebody else did. And, we can do it my way. And then, then we can do it this guy's way. I'm not interested in doing religion my way. I want to do religion Odin's way. I want to do religion Thor's way. I want to do religion the way the Aesir want us to do it. If they wanted to have us do it by revealing themselves to us as the Olympians and having us do it that way, then that'd be what I'm doing right now. But it wasn't. So the way that it was initiated in really interesting fashion was in the Norse conception, with the Norse names and the Norse understanding. That's what has been consistently blessed throughout our existence. I mentioned earlier in this program, from 1968 until now, that is a relationship that has been growing. And I know we have people on here in their 60s, 70s, and 80s that don't think that sounds like a very long time. It doesn't, but it's longer than most of this other things that we bring up, and it's been consistent. It has consistently been involved and through and woven itself through one man's life, and still does to this day. Our founder was, at my table this last weekend, celebrating with me and being very involved in what we're doing since 1968. In January, we will have been doing this for 30 years, just as the Asatru Folk Assembly, in the most recent iteration of it. The attention focus on doing this and making this the best it can be is such a more fruitful exercise than always trying to put your own, as they say on like the Food Network, your whimsical take on hamburgers. No, I just want a hamburger. I don't want the new guy to like come up with some different hamburger. I want bacon and cheese and a hamburger on a bun, and it's awesome. It's not that other things aren't cool too, but you don't want to lose your fundamentals by trying to do something else. I always have to, talk to people because they'll come in and they'll be so just on fire to want to create and do. And there's so many ways within what we are doing to utilize your creativity towards the betterment of everything we do. And if you heard what we talked about ego and stuff a little bit ago, I'm not faulting anybody's ambition or want to build their own fame. Do that within the context of Asatru. There's so much to be accomplished. We live in a great time to do that as well. So I'd much rather see that happen than, a disillusion of that energy into, myriad different directions, all of which could have been cool, but weren't. This is cool. Let's do this. Does the AF go ahead? Go ahead.
I was
Please.
going to say there was a question from way earlier, and I don't know if we addressed it. And then I think Wolf Throne just mentioned it again. Like, did you guys answer that, or did I miss it?
No, it hasn't come up in the list yet. I don't believe
It's way at the beginning.
No, it was way early.
9:15.
The Scotty question?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're answering a question right now from 6:44. Oh, but I mean, that'd be 9:44 your time, I guess.
Right.
So yeah, I'm not seeing it in my list if we did miss it. I don't think that we did. Nick can sort it out. In the meantime, it is.
You did. You missed it.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I got it right here too.
Nuh-uh. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now, and I see exactly where I missed it. I sure
The fifth
did.
one from the top.
No, I see it. Thank you for reminding me, and I apologize for skipping it. I'm glad that you saw that, Svan. It wasn't anything intentional. So, question, have either of you built a relationship with Scotty? I'm eyeballing this Scotty statue online, and I'm undecided on whether I want to buy it and put it on my altar, knowing she's a Jotun. Is it spiritually safe for me to do that? Svan, go for it.
And we kind of emphasized this really heavily last VNS episode. Remember the classifications that we kind of created. That hierarchy is about observation, and it is the Aus, the Ausenir, the Austvenir, and the Himmenwerder. These four things, and Skadi would fall in the Austvenir, the beloved ones, the ones that join with the gods through marriage or child. They produce forth other godly forms. And so the usage of the word "they are Jotun" seems to fall away when we correlate with why they're with the gods. And it's important to differentiate that. The Austvanir are, again, the Aus and the Ausenir are listed and very finite. The Austvanir fill a gap and have an understanding that, if you have a personal relationship with Idun, if you have a personal relationship with Sif, if you have a personal relationship with Skadi, the Austvanir are where they are at, and they are part of the gods. They've aligned themselves with the gods of cosmic order. I don't have a personal kind of overtly gifting cycle and relationship with Lady Skadi. I will say that I painted her or an image of her in at Njordshov, especially because of the importance of that story. And I think even the deeper importance of the story is again the creation of rivers. Behind her in Njordshov, you can see a land massing glacier that's moving to the ocean. And I think that has a deeper kind of naturalistic point as well. But she is one of the Austvanir, and I don't think that it is problematic. Perfect example would be if somebody had on their altar, say, a godstead or an idol, to say Volander or Wayland. That is where that connection, his alignment to the gods, allows him that agency, that positioning. So I wouldn't say that it is wrong, and I wouldn't again say that her being a Jotun is also misleading. Lord Odin's mother in the stories and her uncle or his uncle are Jotuns. And it's I think that we get caught up on that a lot, and where we, a lot of people, and we've hit this numerous times. Jotuns are not a different race from the Aesir. They are unified. They are unified in many ways, but the thing that separates them is, of course, their lineage back to Buri, that the Jotuns do not have. But when they integrate in, they, through marriage, God form production, or birthing of children, if you will, they become part of the Austvanir, just like Sif, just like Idun. And so my answer to that is no. I don't think you would have any issues with that. I would just say make sure it is certainly with a connection that you see viable. I was trying to think of like people in the mountains who give honors to Njord, but Njord is also the Lord of Waters and the Lord of the River. It's however you see it, that connection, or just wanting to build that relationship. Totally fine. But outside of those four, I would not encourage. Perfect example of this is Ayer and Raun. Ayer and Raun are aligned to the gods, but they are not a part of the gods. And there is an element there that I do not believe the gods, or they kind of clearly state it, that there's an agency there that is not always beneficial to the folk and to the land. Ayer and Raun, or oftentimes people I'm just saying it because English speakers sometimes say Aegir and Ran. They are aligned through truce, but not through marriage, not through child begetting. But some people have had personal experiences where they felt Ayer needed to be honored. And so you will find certain outliers, but again, Aus, or gods, Ausinir, goddesses, Austvanir, the beloved ones, and Himmelwärter, the heavenly wardens. Those are the four best classifications to kind of understand where we're coming from. And it's mentioned in the Trúlögmál.
No, I don't think you're putting yourself in danger or it's some kind of gross infraction. But I also say have a better reason than you found a statue that looks cool. And I say that looks, yo, dog, this statue's cool looking. I need this. Is one way of expressing something that also could be expressed. Man, I was very inspired by this statue that I saw. It was caused me to look more into it. And this turns out to be one of our goddesses, and it just it struck a chord. So I'm not cheapening what you're saying, but just make sure that there is a clear intention behind why you want to do that. And that would be, what I would suggest. I do not, and it's strange because that was kind of a more common thing where I came into Ásatrú at. I was in Alaska, and with winter being so prominently represented there, Skadi was even just secularly, at the ski resort or whatever, there'd be an Uller kind of deal and a Skadi deal. And that was I never felt that connectivity there with Skadi. But yeah, I don't think there's any great problem or any great deviance. And yeah, she would be kind of outside of the ICER, but within the circle of people that they have treated with and bonded themselves through marriage. And yeah. Eric the Red Light, does the AFA have any personal trainers as members? We've got enough members now that I'm going to say yes. And I think that I'm right. Could I tell you one that is? No. But I'm certain that we probably do. And if it hedges my bets, for like 6 months to a year, I did personal training. So I'll call that good. But no, I think that surely we do. We also have some people who are competitive athletes in different sports and different disciplines, and some people that are amazingly fit in different ways too. So we do have a wealth of knowledge there, and I'm certain that we have personal trainers in our membership. I just couldn't name them for you right now. Since you guys are going through the entire Poetic Edda on VNS, will you do the entire Prose Edda after? Yes, absolutely we will. I was looking into that today.
I think one thing to consider about that is, like in the Skáldskaparmál, there will be a lot of references to the lore that we covered, and there'll be mechanics built around things that not everyone will, I guess, appreciate. Perhaps is but the really good stuff is the lore linking. But when we talk about like poetic,
the regular listeners of Victory Never Sleeps will appreciate it because we will have laid the foundations.
But yeah, it's and the big thing too is how much the Gylfaginning is a cornerstone in much of our framework of the gods, the hierarchy that we just spoke of the four sections. That a lot of that comes from the Gylfaginning. The reason why we honor Frigg and Freya and the Maidens of Fensaler, that comes from why the cosmological outlook of the world is built is it's all from the Gylfaginning. So yeah, we definitely have to cover that.
So this is an interesting question. Is Ask and Embla based on Adam and Eve, or is Adam and Eve based on Ask and Embla? No. Next question. No, so no, so it's funny how you put that, because it's an A and an E for the first created people. I get why that's very, very tempting. But no, as far as I can tell, no in either situation. One is literally the ash tree and the elm tree. The other is, and they are, Norse words from a Indo-European root, whereas Adam and Eve are Hebrew words from the Hebrew root. I believe Adam means like the red earth, and Eve means breath, like the breath of life. I cannot take anything away from the question because it is very conspicuous. But I don't see any linguistic connection or any, point of convergence there. And in the story, especially with Ask and Embla being driftwood, basically being types of tree that were found on a beach, it fits the story perfectly without it seeming like any kind of addition or a adopting of something different or something foreign. But no, as far as I can tell, there's not a connection, but I absolutely see what you see, and I understand why you would ask the question. Svan, do you have anything to add on that?
Yeah, Snorri is the convergence point. If the logic that I'm looking at is, if Snorri was like, I want to name the two first folk, and he wants to specifically name them in correlation to Adam and Eve, so he picks out Ash and Embla because, of course, they are trees. They're unrooted and unfaded and floating in the water. But that's, again, that's almost like digging too deep. I see a lot of, I think, consistency issues that Snorri brings, and I think that those are kind of honest mistakes. This one would be, again, more like a malicious, mechanical sense. And I see a lot of people, again, voice this on Snorri for reasons that aren't really particularly good. One of the craziest ones I ever heard of, and this is just a side note, is that the reason why the roots reach to each of the realms is because the tree is on its side, and he wanted to show people that this was a symbolic sense that the faith of your ancestors was gone. And I really don't think that was the case at all. And so when we foist that kind of stuff, I'm always very, very hesitant. But if we do look at the pronunciations and the where the name comes from and the significance of the ash tree amongst the Nordic folk, again, it lends to this being more genuine. Then again, there is another mystery behind the exact translation of Embla. Most people take it as the elm. Some people have tried to argue that it's the vine. I don't think that's the case. But, the only other thing I would say is there is a reference to it in Tacitus that the tribes believed that they originated from Manas, and that the original progenitor of the folk was Manas. And I would argue, though I don't know, but I think there's a great level of inclination towards that they're referring to Lord Heimdall as being the originator of the folk, and that Manas and Lord Heimdall are, again, just the linguistics between the Germanic and the Norse. But, to no offense to in either way. But that was another thing that popped in my head when you mentioned it about the origination of the folk. I generally default to no, that I don't think that Snorri was being devious. I don't think that Snorri...
It exists, though. Trying to go ahead with what you're saying.
Well, I was going to say that I don't think he's devious. I don't think it's malicious. And then on top of that, there is enough substantial evidence of it standing on its own that Usk and Embla in relation to the trees that are unrooted and unfated, having their own standing. And we see this again a lot, like the Asavatni, the sprinkling of the baby. This is marked on and is chronologically seen as far before Christianity even kind of injects itself into the Northlands. But yet it's eerily similar to a tradition we have today that kind of developed on its own track with influence from.
It pre-exists. So it is from the Elder Edda as well. So it's not just like Snorri came up with the names by himself. It exists in both of the Eddas, which doesn't preclude it, but it's a point of convergence. It is in both of them by name in the original text, to where it's not, like put there. I suppose if they were trees and he had the option of like, what kind of trees? Adam and Eve, I guess ash and elm, when he could have gone like oak and birch or something.
Right.
But again, without knowing that, I don't think that is the case. I think it might just be a random kind of coincidence deal. But I see what you see, and I can't say there's not cause for just, I get it.
Another one that I see that's kind of it was annoying at first because I saw it a lot was Niflheim and Nephilim. A lot of people try to make a connection there as well. There's no linguistic connection. It's simply coincidental. They don't correlate to each other. So now I kind of find it funny, but I remember at the time I was like panicking, I guess. Like, what are you guys doing?
How long do you leave your offering on your altar, and how do you dispose of it, Svan?
Ooh, that's a great question. I don't want to say. I want to give you a finite answer, so I will say the predominance of the gifts that I give is in liquid form via mead or ale, and what I will do is I will immediately, after everything is settled, if my family is there and we're about to start eating, as they start to go and eat, I say, hey guys, I'm going to go and give the offering. And so I will immediately walk out. I have certain time, like during Yule, I will do things overnight and then I will gift in the morning. But I don't like to do more than that because mead can attract ants and other things. So like I try to do it immediately. As far as like flowers and fruit, I generally like to decorate the harrow because it's not only just a gift, but a kind of aesthetic of the harrow. It's kind of like, I don't know, like when you get a new haircut, you feel good. Well, when you decorate your harrow and you have a great kind of gifting to the gods, you want it to look pretty. You want it to kind of reflect the way you feel about the gods. So I'll leave those on there for a little while longer. And then generally I bury those items and then place soil over top. Other than that, like if you're talking about like, say, creating a picture of the gods that you really are proud of and you want to give to them, but then eventually you're going to burn. I've done that for like where it would be on the harrow for months, sometimes even a year. And then eventually it's like, okay, I've enjoyed it. I hope you enjoyed it. Let me burn this and I gift it to you. So it really depends. But the mainstay, I would say, is immediately when we're talking about like mead and things of that nature.
So logistics, some things just, however it is. On my home altar, most often I offer liquid. If I offer liquid, I'd leave it. I leave it indefinitely, and then the liquid evaporates, and the sugar and whatever other residue gets there, and then I have to scrub it off of whatever I've got, but I just leave it to, I let nature take its course on the liquid, and that ends up happening. I also live in the desert right now, so it happens faster than it does other places. Food is different, and food is especially different if you got pets. Like a hesitancy of leaving food out on your altar. You know, your dog gets up there trying to eat it and knock everything over and cause a bunch of chaos. Food stuff in a perfect world, I think overnight is a nice thing to do. I think practically in situations where I've had animals or where it's been like at the Hof or something, maybe food staying out while everybody else eats a meal as a plate and then taking the offering outside and putting it at a tree. I try to let nature take its course with offerings because I think that's part of the natural mechanism of how that works. Like I don't, you know, I realize it's not like Santa Claus. Like I don't, if I'm leaving the offering out by the tree, I go to sleep. I wake up in the morning and it's gone. Ah, look, one of the gods came down on, you know, walked down the Rainbow Bridge and grabbed it and, you know, took a bite and walked. We understand that. We know that's not how it works. So I think that scavengers and whatever else, I think that's part of sending that wherever it goes beyond the veil. I think that's part of that process naturally. So I will leave it out by whatever usually wherever I'm at, I'll have a particular tree that is where, you know, is the focus of outdoor worship. And so I put that there and, you know, again, let nature take its course with it. It's usually what I do. You know, I wouldn't just rush out to dump it out, but like, I mean, yeah, I was gonna say sometimes we do that at a Hof if we're doing something. We very often take it out and make the offering outside with the liquid as like part of the ceremony almost, or as like a regular routine afterwards. Usually, if we're doing an offering to like the ancestors and we're making an ancestors plate, we'll set that on the ancestors altar, and then, you know, in the evening when everybody's cleaning things up, we'll take that outside and offer that. What I also really like to do at the Hofs, we have folks that their remains are with us at 3 of our Hofs and at Sigerheim. I like to take the meat, especially if it's a drinking ritual like Sumbel or we're sharing the horn. I like to take what's left of the horn and go and share that and pour that over the graves of the people that we have there, so that they're in essence communing with us and part of that sharing.
Oh, one other gift that I knew it was, but it didn't really hit me until you had made mention of something before. Incense as a gift. We were on the phone and you had asked me like, hey, burn some incense for me to the Holy Thor, you know, and offer up a prayer. And I was like, oh yeah. I mean, we do that in the beginning of many of our bloats. We offer this first gift of good smelling incense to Heimdall, as remembering that he is the flame and the ignition of our folk to become the Aryan folk. But the idea, I've heard people argue that, you know, incense is not a thing because our ancestors never spoke about it, and it's like some sort of hermetic magic, or it's some sort of, you know, whatever or what have you. I mean, that kind of falls into line with any gift that we give with the intention placed within it, whether it's a modern kind of gift or what have you. I certainly think incense is a viable gift. I think our ancestors did burn herbs with the intent of making good smells. I know that there's maybe people reject it because there's heavy Christian connotations and they just got to do the opposite of whatever. But that's another great one is giving that incense and letting it burn. Of course, take care, make sure, all your fire safety and stuff like that is really good. Another is, of course, burning like an oil lamp or candles. I mean, a lot of people, like our ancestors, didn't really have a lot of candles. They did like oil lamps, but I think it's kind of ridiculous if somebody's like, our ancestors didn't burn candles, so why should we? And it's like, that's again that purity spiral. But another great gift, I think, is it's really great.
We shall only eat walrus.
Right. Well, and I mean, it's like you can write into the candle like prayers, runic, whatever, and burn them as a gift. And I think that's cool, but people just
absolutely it is. Candles are awesome. Do stuff you want to do that's meaningful. If the point of it is respectful and you're doing it respectfully, then that's the point. But yeah, some of these questions, I think this is stuff that a lot of people wonder, especially when they're starting out. Even if they've been doing it a while, they probably wonder what other people do.
Well, and I think Wolf Throne even said like he thinks about questions and writes them down for VNS just to kind of throw them out there.
As I've said before, this is largely a question and answer show. That's what adds kind of that's what adds so much value to this. I'm really thankful for all the questions. Another Wolf Throne question. Is it appropriate to venerate a dead relative who lived an alternative lifestyle? By quotes around alternative lifestyle, I'm picking out somebody that probably celebrated last month. That's what that word means to me. Your ancestors, you're going to know appropriateness on that much better than I am. I would not do so in a public way when other people are involved. Like I wouldn't honor that ancestor at Sumbel with all of the rest of us who don't know about that lifestyle choice. And if you were at Sumbel and you're like, I'd like to raise a horn to my gay uncle so-and-so, we would absolutely immediately stop and rescind that. And, that would be inappropriate in that context. And we would be obliged to make it known that was inappropriate in that context. That's a gray area. Your veneration of your ancestors, they're your ancestors, and you're kind of making those judgments or whatnot, but I wouldn't foist those on unsuspecting participants, certainly. So next question, is there a way to worship and honor the gods when you're in the military and have limited time? I am set to start on Monday. Svan, this is a particular area of expertise that you have that I do not. Go for it.
Oh, Finwraith. Well, so a lot of times it's done just as you can make it. Like I said, I've had a bloat with simply a canteen and canteen cup, and that was what I had. So you kind of have to be creative, but it depends too. If you get your own, I had a harrow in my my barracks room, but I had to disassemble it and like put it away when we had room inspections. Because at the time that I was in, there was not a lot of respect. And to be honest, I wouldn't want there to be, I don't want, like if there's some Indian guy who joins the military and he makes a big stink because, gunnery sergeant punted his elephant Ganesha out the top level of the, barracks room or something. Like,
You almost made me spit beer all over my desk.
That's what I was aiming. I saw you drinking it, and I was like, "Oh, I got to land this one." No, in all seriousness, like the point is that when you join the military, you do conform. They don't take the gods away from you, but you do have to become creative, and at the same time, conform to that lifestyle. You oath yourself into this servitude, and servitude is very rarely ultra accommodating in any way. But yeah, I had a harrow that I would disassemble and place inside a drawer, and then when I was done with those inspections, I would pull it out. I had to explain to my barracks, mate, why I had what I had. Most of them were very, very, very amicable about it. Some of them little, hyper Christian, kind of weirded out, like I got the devil worshiper or whatever. The other thing I would say is that if you can facilitate simply owning the vessel in which you hold the liquid and the vessel in which you gift the liquid, it could be a chalice and a bowl. It could be two chalices, maybe one's slightly bigger than the other, whatever it may be. And having the ability to find private time, private space away. If you're on a base and you have the ability to go out for the weekends, maybe consider spending some of your very valuable liberty time to honor the gods. That's a sacrifice starting long before the libations. And I totally get that, but that's part of that development. I think that the gods understand when you are committed to this oath. I believe if you're in Finland, it's mandatory. You're oathed into it from before your birth. But it's a great honor to defend your nation. And so I think that it's important that that I think the gods understand, and you just got to get creative, try different things, kind of see the lay of the land, because you're going in, and boot camp is very different than your schooling. Like you'll go into like basic training, and then you'll go into your specific school of whatever you're doing. And then once you do that, you kind of get placed into your long-term home, if you will. And then you have a lot more of an ability. Or if you go overseas, and like I was in overseas and held I held a bloat on the Euphrates River. I'm by myself, but I honored my gods in in Mesopotamia. And it was awesome, but I didn't have a lot. I didn't have a horn. I didn't have a lout bowl that I would consider of any worth, but that really doesn't matter in those situations. The gods get it. Call out to them, speak their name, give them prayer and praise, and give them gift. And just make it happen despite the barriers. And yeah.
So from Finwraith, is it an oath still an oath, and is breaking just as bad if you only made the oath to yourself? If one promises themselves that they would do something?
That's a great question.
So, no, because those oaths are not real. Is it bad? Sure, in a number of ways. I think, maybe whether you want or not, your ancestors and, unseen folk may take notice of the fact that you did it, even, and then you couldn't live up to what you promised yourself. I think your Filgia notices that and loses respect for you. It is not good. But the point of an oath is the onlookers. Like, what makes it different than other stuff is the accountability of it being witnessed. And that's kind of the purpose of the oath. Being unable to fulfill promises that you make to yourself is a weakness of character that is bad, but it's not the same as having other people witness or validate your oath and then judge you because of it. The accountability factor isn't there the same. So it's not good, but if you want to make a real oath, don't make, a chicken crap oath. Make a real oath in front of people, or at the very least in front of your gods, and then be judged accordingly and follow through with your oath. Do you see it differently? Do you have a different take on it, or anything to add?
No, yeah, I was focusing on the same thing that you kind of honed in on, the just as bad. And when you give an oath to yourself, and I guess it's depending on the way you do it. If you just do it internalized, that is nowhere near as. If you go out and make a proclamation to the gods, then we're getting into it's not really an oath to the self.
Exactly.
But the other thing is that oaths with the recognition of you partaking or undertaking the oath in your community builds that honor. It builds that, again, social kind of currency, and it's really, really important that accountability is laid down there. So if you told me, Svan, I treat my personal oaths just as powerful as my public oaths, I wouldn't say you're wrong. I would say that's a commendable thing, but there's no way for me to truly know if that's the truth or not. But I can know the truth if you make an oath in front of me and then you stick to it. Then I will be like, this man makes oaths and he has stuck to them. I have seen it. I've witnessed it. And then I could tell others with 100% assurance that every oath I've seen this man take, he's held true to, even if it was just one, but still the point is there. Yeah. And if you go before the gods, that's not alone. You're not alone. And they see that. That's spicy.
What comes to mind is just the common expression, and I say this, I'm not sure if it's common in Finland, but to be able to look at yourself in the mirror. That is the most, fundamental example of self to self. And I've had some very profound two very profound spiritual instances, and I think that they bookend with one another. In my case, in this instance, there's stuff to do where you stare at yourself in the mirror for a certain amount of time, and there's some ritual work and some magic practice that way. Your ability to see yourself in those things and the profound amount of judgment one typically has for oneself. It is very impactful if you genuinely go through that point of promising yourself to do something, and then you are forced to look yourself in the mirror knowing that you can't live up to the things you promised, and then making that self-judgment. There is something to that, but just as we don't believe in equality, there's nothing that's just as anything else. Wolf Throne, is it syncretism to pull ideas and concepts from other Indo-European branches? Acharya-ji often encourages Asatru to borrow from Sanatana Dharma to help fill in the gaps. Yes, it's absolutely syncretism. The question isn't that, it's question is it wrong? It's literally what syncretism means. But is it appropriate? And I would say, yes, when used judiciously, I think that's when thought is applied to it, I think that's absolutely appropriate. What say you, Svan?
I remember us talking about this during my Gothar mentorship, and you were my mentor, and we were talking about the blueprints of a chair, and we have this the ornamentation, the aesthetic, the is uniquely ours, but we're missing sections of how they joined things together. So looking at other blueprints, we could easily kind of overlay and understand perhaps the joint process or the tongue and groove or whatever it is. It's just we were kind of going on this analogy about the chair and the blueprints of the chair. I think that's we do it with a great consideration because we don't want to pull too far from outside of our well when it comes to certain things, but other things, absolutely, we can kind of see it, and that goes with the Gauls and the Slavs and even the Hellenics. The absolute, like, utilizing it, even in art, when we started utilizing the Sonnenrad as a head adornment, that's very just pan-Aryan for Europe. And again, it was done with a judicial thought. Are we stepping too far out, or what have you? The same with when we started to use the stoles. Those thoughts came in greatly about where things come from. Or synchronizing with our modern culture in America too. And not like dressing up and LARPing and things like that. These things we definitely consider and we pull in. The problem is that, like, for instance, with the stoles are Greek, but have been synchronized into other traditions that we clearly now know are, kind of foreign to us. You'll see it at a graduation because the Greeks and Greek fraternities and things, but also Christians have stoles. So what ends up happening is you have the purity spiral, or that's like, we can't do that because they do it. And without considering the cultural context of it, the importance of being able to walk into a hospital to give last rites. And everyone in the room who isn't Asatruer know that you're clergy. That has value. And so I think that's the only time we've ever really had a lot of problems, is when one tradition synchronized or syncretized, I guess, is that the context? Syncretized one tradition, and we are in essence doing the same thing, and they kind of run parallel. Then we get a lot of people who kind of try to shake the finger at us. But the only other thought I had was when it comes to Hinduism or Vedic early stuff, there is a lot of stuff, but I think most of the focus is around the Bhagavad Gita, or the Bhagavad. I always say that wrong.
Bhagavad Gita.
Yes, I always end up missing a syllable in there. There is some correlations there. Some people I know do prayers in the mornings to the gods, and they are kind of like a resemblance of Hindu prayers. But I don't know. I feel like in certain cases we've substantiated our own developments, and I think people that hear like, "Oh, where did this prayer come from?" It's like, "Oh, it's been in with Asatru since the 70s," and they're just like, not legitimate. It's got to be from the ancient days of or what have you, and that kind of is like a downer too when people think that way. These developments happen within a couple decades. But people all over the community use them. They're a tradition. Like,
funny, the couch they're sitting on when they're waving their finger in their mom's basement is also from the 70s. With the floral pattern and the cigarette burns in it.
yes.
So
we're dating ourselves now, is what that is.
That's my grandma's couch. Probably not
Yes.
these guys' couch. Disregard. So, but no, syncretism within Aryan religiosity is fine. With external religious practice, you've got to wonder why. So to say that we don't with any kind of European Christian practice, especially medieval practice, it's trying to flesh out what of that is Middle Eastern and Jewish and what of that is from our folk soul. So there's certain, but sticking with Indo-European religions to fill in gaps or to, come up with some cool ideas of how to do stuff, that's not wrong at all.
Something you just keyed in on, the development of, I'm just air quoting here, pagan practices that developed and actually furthered along after Christianization is something that we also consider when we talk about the Europeanization of Christianity. We don't see Christianity, we see European. And so there's some stuff there as well.
You know where a cool place is to find recipes to make Fort Hoff events is in like Baptist cookbooks. That's not because Jesus, that's because white people got together and made delicious food to share with people at an event. It's very tempting to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but when you're like, why do certain religious, because some of it has to do with culture, but others of it has to do with geography. If you find, and I'm trying to think of a good example in my head, and I don't know that there is one, but if a certain group of people honors their gods in a certain way, is that because of that religion in its opposite in a way that's oppositional to ours, or is it because of that's the things available in their landscape, or is it because that's their cultural development? One of the things is white people have developed how white people practice worship of gods, and that looks real similar, not dependent upon what the religion is. Also, if you're in a certain place, you offer certain stuff. If you are making offerings to your gods and you're in a place to where your choices are berries and salmon, your religious feast is going to look real similar to the Inuits, is going to look real similar to, anybody who's in that kind of an area. So again, I wouldn't get too caught up in that. The next question, it's easy to get silly with, but I think it is a serious question that people want to know. And it's one that I think the purity spiral people abuse people with. Wolf Throne asks, is masturbation a sin in Asatru, or is it viewed as bad or ignoble in some way? Viewed by who? No, it is not a sin in Asatru. So I'm going to examine those two things separately. No, it's not a sin in Asatru. There's absolutely nothing in our lore that makes that sinful or bad. It's said comically by me all the time. No, our gods don't, sit around peeping through your window caring if you touch yourself or not. Because the Christian God does in their understanding. And that's silly, and I don't think that's the case. People do a lot of stuff with their body, and honestly, I don't believe that most of the people who condemn that so hard don't also regularly engage in that. I don't think it, and it is funny, and I'm trying really hard not to take liberties with the humor of the question. And the humor comes in because it's uncomfortable, but I think that's something that most people do. Most people certainly have done. And I think that when the people that make the biggest virtue signal about that not being good are people that I think are probably very experienced in that activity. Is it viewed as bad or ignoble in some way? It is a funny question in both senses of the word. If it is viewed, then yes, it is viewed by each of those things. It is viewed poorly, or at the very least, you would never live that down.
Pee Wee Herman, perfect example.
I mean, if it's done in an adult theater amongst a bunch of other people, then yeah, that's probably ignoble and not a good thing. But I mean, this is a serious question. I think a lot of people have that. I'm sure a lot of young people have that question. And I think a lot of people that come from a place of mental weakness that encounter Asatru and want to be accepted and hear a lot of these all bluster purity spiral people
on the internet,
get, depending on their situation, it can be very traumatizing to them if they're hearing different stuff. Is it viewed as bad or ignoble? Yeah, by those purity spiralers, maybe organizationally within the AFA or whatever. No, but it's also not one of those things you talk about. It's obviously a very private thing, and it would be ignoble to like go on and on talking about it in the public sphere, because that's not appropriate. Svan, do you have anything to add to that question?
I would say the major, well, one is that I think from a Christian standpoint, I know, and a Judaic standpoint, because they are one and the same ultimately, is that there was some reference that I think the quote was, "It is better to spill your seed in the belly of a whore or a I don't think they say hooker, sex, whatever, than to do it manually, if you will." And I think that's where that kind of comes from. I try to see the sources of that. Same thing with the tattoos, like no tattoos and stuff like that. That comes from the biblical covenant between that the Yahweh and the Israelites like formulated, that the Torah talks about. But I would say, and I'd be amiss if I didn't bring it up, I think it's really bad to support the industry around it. And that is, I think, an aspect we should talk about, especially the hypersexualization of folk women. I think also the kind of the degradation and some of the conditioning that this society has done to sexualize folk women in an unhealthy way. I think it's fine if there's sexuality. I think it's fine if women, I'm not a prude in any way, shape, or form, but I don't think it's right when it goes into this kind of money-making industry that really has no bounds and again, there's underage people getting exploited by this industry all the time.
There's a lot of stuff that obviously rubs up against it, for lack of a better term. I promise I didn't pick it because of that, but I chose not to swerve from it. But those are separate issues. People were doing that activity long before those things became the industries that they are. I think there's issues with that from a pornography standpoint, but there's also issues with that from the wide array of female gadgetry and such. There's a whole industry based around baseness that is ignoble by its baseness. But this is not something to spend a lot of time talking about, but it is something that people have, I think, questions about, and I think not well served when people won't speak about it or when people dishonestly take positions about it. And one thing I think that for men to talk about it openly presents a weakness in front of other men that men that have not been exposed or admitted to it then can use as some one-upsmanship over people. And I've seen that be done in a really unhealthy way. Are you guys going to watch the Olympics this summer, which originate in ancient Greece? And I've heard even had rituals and other things to Greek gods originally. Absolutely, there was devotional practice in the original Olympics. They were absolutely religious celebration was heavily involved in the ceremony and surrounding that, and in all of that back in the day. We did not live in that day. I will probably not watch the Olympics. I'm not adamantly opposed. I think it's kind of cool if you can find what you want. It's hard, and the things that I don't care about swimming. It's like in the winter, you got to care about ice skating. In the summer, you got to care about swimming and gymnastics. The events that I'm excited about aren't ever on at a time that I'm watching, or do I know where to find them? If it was on, I wouldn't like turn the channel. I'd be happy to watch them, but and maybe I should, but I can't tell you. Like I didn't know they were coming up, and I haven't watched them very much in a long time. Certainly not since most of my watching TV is on some kind of a streaming service. I haven't had cable TV in a very long time, and even when I did, I don't think I watched very much Olympics other than watching it on broadcast TV for most of the time growing up. So it's been a long time. I don't really follow it like, maybe it would be really cool to. I don't have any big ethical reason that I don't. It's hard to come by. Svan, are you going to watch?
I probably not. And that's just me being honest. The major reason is because family life and work life don't lend to too much of that. I don't get to consume most television media at all. And it's not because, again, I'm like, brothers abstain, or don't do the private thing or the TV thing. It's all, no, I just don't get a chance to do it because of other things going on. Work and my kids kind of run a tight shifting schedule there. So I don't really get a chance to watch any TV. We don't actually have a TV service. We've got Prime, Amazon Prime, and that's it. And we have the internet. So, I mean, what I usually see most of the time is just kind of like when they have the big ceremony in the beginning and there's all the conspiracy around the, the strange crap that they're doing in that, which is strange, hospital beds and COVID stuff and all that. But I find that fascinating. It intrigues me, but individual stuff. The one thing that I used to watch when I was younger, I used to watch fencing, taekwondo, and I really liked like discus and some of the kind of older school ones, just because they were
good luck finding those.
Yeah,
I would absolutely watch
anymore.
Olympic weightlifting. I would absolutely watch any of the different martial arts. I'd watch boxing. Even like high jump would be cool. Some of the there's a lot of cool events. They just don't show me those cool events in ways that are easy enough for me to find. I'd like to point out over on the side, my wife suggests that we will probably watch some of the Olympics. And I say, we've been married 7 years, been together 10 years. We ain't never watched the Olympics. Anyway, I think that's wishful thinking. So, do you think the leave cookies and milk out for Santa tradition comes from our ancestral pagan need to leave offerings to the gods and ancestors? Probably. I don't have any deep thoughts on that, but probably. What about you, Svan?
Oh, this is wheelhouse stuff for me, but
I
yeah,
mean,
I
this is your
definitely.
jam.
What's that?
I said, this is your jam. Go
This is
for it.
my well, yeah, rekindling and returning folk back to a more, I think a less commercialized, less modern, and more towards the true kind of like overall arching spirit of Yule is really important to me. And my kids leave out gifts for the Yule elf. They light the Yule log that calls the Yule elf, and then when the Yule elf brings gifts, he brings them from the ancestors. So they're always gifts that are built around making you stronger, making you smarter, making you safer. And those are the gifts that are opened first. And we pull down the pictures of the ancestors that they're from, and they get to open those up. And then we do the gift exchanging, because if the Yule elf gets a hint of your child, like if the child's being greedy, then they get charred coal for the next year in their stocking. He hates miserly, children. And my kids are really, built on that. They're very much about giving each other gifts. They want to get the gifts that they get from the Yule elf are usually in the stockings. And, he rides his Yule goat and carries those gifts from the ancestors. It's really, I love it. But yeah, they do give offerings, and it's one of the great ways for you to build a devotional sense. But this leads to a kind of a greater moral question that I wanted to bring up, which was, when your children find out about things and how, like, is it a lie or what have you? One of the things that I really lean on is that a lot of the expression of cultural traditions are built around the spirit of something, and that spirit has viability, whether it's manifested in a willful form as a deity which has agency, or whether it simply permeates the culture in a sense of, just like honor. Honor has value. The spirit of giving has value, and if we give it a face and a name, that is important. It's cultural to us. So yeah, I use it for a great way for my children to understand the gift cycle, if you will.
So your question, as far as what about when your kids, what about Santa Claus? I can't address it as a parent yet, but I can as a grown man that implies I was once a child.
Right.
I don't think that exists like that. It's strange today that it does. And I think that in times that were more overtly religious, I think that by the time that becomes a actual thing, your kids, you're doing it wrong if your kids think that Santa Claus and the gods are the same thing. And I think a lot of people try to logic it and wonder about that, but I don't know people from religious families that all of a sudden embraced atheism because their parents have been lying to them about Santa Claus.
Right.
Not a thing. It's a retrofit thing that atheists say to damage religious people, literally, in my mind. And as a kid, and I didn't know what this meant, so the only way that I knew how to conceive it was in a Christian lens as a child. But I believed in God. So I knew something spiritual beyond me was out there. And the only thing that I could see that through a lens was, oh, this is God or whatever. But I wasn't raised with a lot of Christianity, but I never thought I discovered the truth or lack thereof of Santa Claus the same time I discovered that about pro wrestling. and I don't even say that a joke, like literally as a child, I liked both of those things. And like 5th, 6th grade, I learned that both of those things are not honest representations. I'm going to watch the premium live WWE event tomorrow and still enjoy it. And I'm a very religious person and a practicing priest now for 12 years. I don't think it necessarily causes that, but I do think modern atheists think that it causes that.
Yeah, I think they swing that around a lot to try to the one up, or I'm going to get you with that. But
yeah, I don't think they are the same, and I think that if you're doing it right, then your kids aren't going to be confused that they're the same at that point either. And I think that if you're doing what Svan is doing, to where he's kind of looping the concepts together and progressively applying those things to actual worship and disassociating them from the fat Coca-Cola Santa Claus, which I'm not even speaking against. Santa Claus is awesome. That's great. I'm not faulting that at all. And I'm not faulting the fat Coca-Cola guy. He's way better than European Santa Claus. There's a picture of, God, I looked for it during Yule when we were talking about this. I can't find it. There's a picture of my mom and my uncle were with my grandparents in post-war Germany, like, because he was stationed over there as far as, you know, the post-war dividing up the country, dealing with stuff. That Santa Claus was terrifying. The war was hard on him. He was gaunt and creepy, and like in the picture you can see my mom and my uncle were made very uncomfortable by this skeletal Santa Claus that had seen a rough few years over there. So yeah. Manly macho alpha male question. Matt, do you pray to Thor for bigger gains? And do either of you take cold showers? Are there any benefits to it? So appreciate that Law Speaker is not on here with me, because he would have very divergent views from me on cold showers.
Here we go.
There are people out there that insist that cold showers are the bee's knees. They are the cure-all to everything. I am told that they increase testosterone production. I am told that I have been told by people that they cure, and you can just ad lib from there. Like there's a spot, put it in there. It is cured by cold showers. I've heard that the 2 questions ago question was also no longer a need for due to cold showers. I've heard a lot of things about cold showers, and I do not recommend. Cold showers sound horrible. One of the most, like, just makes you feel good after a hard day, or when you wake up, or any time in between, especially as someone who's getting older and stiff joints. And hot showers are awesome. I'm a fan of hot showers. My ancestors toiled so that I could have hot showers, and I will honor their efforts by engaging in them. I've heard a lot of really good things about the cold shower deal. I don't know. I've also heard stuff with them as far as like alternating from hot and cold, like they would do in saunas, or, you know, various traditions that way in parts of Europe and Russia. And, you know, shoot, I've done that up in Alaska. You know, you jump out, you go shock your system by jumping in a pile of snow, and then you get back in the hot tub or whatever you're doing. But yeah, I don't think the juice is worth the squeeze. I fully believe that it has some effect on something at some point, somewhere, somehow. Sure. But I don't anecdotally know that those are true a lot. And some of the people that told me a lot of the curative powers of cold showers are people that are delusional about other things as well. So I don't necessarily buy into that. Not speaking about the law speaker, he's usually pretty good on stuff. And I think the cold showers actually help him. Okay. So I've heard a number of things on the cold shower. And I'm going on the cold shower thing a lot because I want to be fair. I hate the idea of it, and I have no intention to practice it. And I will like flex on people that do if they want to tell me I'm supposed to. I do know that some people do that, and it helps in a curative way. I've never really experienced that. So there's probably something to it. I don't think it's worth the squeeze. As far as have I ever prayed to Thor for bigger gains? It's funny because put like that, it sounds silly, and I wouldn't do that to be sacrilegious. But I think that early on, when I was really concerned about that, and I was a younger man trying to look better and become stronger and become something more than I am, that I've absolutely at times prayed to Asatru to help inspire me and help give me strength. And I believe that I have done that as a younger man. I don't do that anymore. I don't think that's the appropriate time to do that. It just seems like an odd thing to do. But I would certainly, look to Thor for inspiration on that. I've often, fantasized about owning my own gym. I used to think about that a lot. It was absolutely part of the plan to set up a little Thor altar at the front desk. So I don't think that's bad, but no, that's not part of my regular pre-workout routine. Svan, do you have any cold shower wisdom for us?
One, I would say, I have prayed to Thor for inspiration and to do things that are worthy to be noticed of the thresholds that hold me back. And I would, again, I speak too about the Ásatrú world, the Ásatrú nation. If we had an idea of like what a culture would look like, yeah, when you walk into a gym, I think it would be perfectly appropriate to have a harrow and a godstead to Thor right there as a reminder that you gotta get into it in order to get it done, motivate people. But no, the cold shower thing, I'm a huge sauna guy. But one of the things is I don't feel the need to tell everyone. That's the part that gets me, is people needing to tell everyone like what they're doing or what they're into. And I think that's kind of part of the postmodern social media stuff, is that they take on something and then they have to validate it like it's worth what they're doing. If it is worth what you're doing and you really, really like it, do it. You just don't have to tell people about it. I'm a big sauna guy. I go to a sauna almost every day of the week, and I love it. And I would definitely like to explore going into cold plunge via bath, not shower. But I haven't. But yeah, I really do enjoy that stuff, and I just don't feel the need to, tell people. Everybody's into their own things. Some people like the stuff. Sure, we could get into like little debates or jokes with each other, but at the end of the day, like I'm a real big kettlebell guy, and I really like saunas, but I don't air it a lot unless we're just specifically talking about that subject. But yeah, if you find the benefits, do it.
Yeah. So this one's interesting, and I'd like you to start on this. Curious your thoughts. What do you recommend people do to start building? Actually, I've got something I want to say on it. What do you recommend people do to start building their dependability to follow through on their oaths, either to self and or to others?
That's a great one.
So don't overpromise. People have a tendency to just shoot for the moon on stuff when they're excited, when they're zealous, when they're in the mood, like in the spirit of it, or even when they're like, you know what, I'm done with this. I'm tired of being undependable. I tell you what, before the gods and everybody, I oath I'm going to, and it's this huge thing. Start small with things that you can accomplish. Like, don't be silly with it. Like, I promise to scratch my ear. Yay, there's 1 point. No. But promise to do something that is important, but that you are capable of doing, that's relatively small in your life. You know, whatever it might be. I promise that in the next, week, I'm going to call my dad. If that's your problem, is communication with somebody, I promise I'm going to do whatever, stuff you don't do. I promise that over the next week, I'm going to vacuum every single day, if that's your thing, or I'm going to, whatever it is, you know what? I'm going to go to the gym 5 times every week for the next 3 months, or whatever you're going to do, something that you can actually do and stick to it and build on it. So we build confidence based on real achievement. And if it's all pretend, then it doesn't matter and it can be washed away. If it's through accomplishment, even if it's small, you have something you can go back to. And I've seen this in the sense, the way it relates to oaths, I've seen this with people who have accomplished things physically. If you've been fat and you've gotten in shape, if you find yourself fat again, you have a confidence that other people don't have, that you know how to fix this. It is doable. You've been able to do it. Therefore, if you put your mind to it, you know damn well you can do it again. Same thing as with oaths. If you build your ability up by following through on relatively small things and progressively more difficult things, then you have the confidence to attempt and to know that you can stay with bigger oaths that you make. Svan, what do you have on that? Svan is muted.
Well, every time I do that, I was actually looking up something about the history of Christianity real quick. I wanted to double check something. I think the big thing is when you do oaths, the severity should not be lost on you. A literal part of your soul is going to build up or decrease based on what you're doing. So you should take them very, very seriously. But then you do seek to attain them in a serious sense and go small, go for things. And I would say the other thing is don't make an official oath, especially like when it's with yourself. Instead, make like kind of like the statement, "Mark my words." Like holding to yourself without putting a piece of your soul on the line, and then accomplishing those little things. You find the necessity of making oaths diminish. And I think some people think that they need to make oaths in order to get things done. That's not true. But at the same time, if you do decide to take an oath, you take that oath, I would say make it as official as possible. I made an oath, and I had my wife and 2 other friends. Like, I wrote everything down, and just had them read it. And I didn't have them like sign anything or anything, but I just like I needed them to witness what I was going to do. But yeah, starting small and making proclamations. I think my most favorite proclamations to make into oaths on a personal level is faith-based. I'm going to honor, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this for a certain amount of days. I'm going to, I don't know, fast or whatever you have, these kind of testaments to your faith. I used to do them a lot more when I was younger. To be honest, again, I'm not as much actively in that now. But they always helped me. So I would encourage people to, do oaths in personal around faith and building closer relationships or testing oneself in hopes to build closer relationships. Outside of that, if you're going to do something more serious, get people involved to hold you accountable. And then remember too that if you fail an oath doesn't mean you break an oath. That's a big one that people get all kind of spun up in. One is, and what I mean that is okay. That's interesting. When you make an oath to say another party that you have to maintain something and you don't, that's kind of breaking an oath. But if you're making an oath, say, to yourself and you don't quite succeed, that doesn't mean you're doomed forever. You need to pay your price, your wear guild, if you will, and you need to revamp and renegotiate where you're going with it. So there's kind of like that delicate balance between being doomed forever is like, I'm never going to eat Cheetos again. Then you eat a bag of Cheetos and you're like, well, going to Nastron. It's like, it's not like that at all. But again, the value of that oath might have been questionable to begin with.
At least you're going there with orange fingers.
Right. Orange war paint. Instead of Braveheart, it's Graveheart. Just because your food that you're eating. Anyways, no, I would say that oaths can be renegotiated due to conditions. A lot of times, say you get into an oath with someone else and they do not fulfill certain things, or life changes and takes it in a different direction, and you have to revamp the oath. There is an applicable point of this, but it's not to be done willy-nilly. And I think, we have a very heavy process in actually involving Gothar in oathing systems and things like that. But if you say you fall short on an oath that you made to yourself, paying a price outside of yourself to redeem, and then again to try to figure out another angle to build that redemption towards the deed, can be done. It's just not like immediate doom. So don't get that in your head if you do that. But again, I would just say make proclamations. Don't make an oath, make a proclamation. It's so much easier and less tricky or troublesome to get around. Make a proclamation, get it done, and if you don't, then you need to work on trying to figure out how you can redeem yourself, especially if someone else knows about the proclamation.
Absolutely. Was Christianity ever actually practiced in the Middle East? I always thought Christianity was strictly European, like a sort of Aryanized Judaism, especially. I always knew it started in the Middle East, but I don't know if it was ever very prominent there. So yes, first, absolutely was. It was practiced there super heavily during, obviously Jesus and his early disciples were there, but all throughout the rest of the Roman Empire, it was very popular in the Middle East. All throughout that portion of like the Hellenized world in the Middle East, down into, I don't know where you stopped considering it, but there was Coptic Christians in Egypt prominently up to and including today.
Jesus' brother started a church in Egypt too. They were called the Simonites.
Yeah, I mean, it spread through the mechanism of the Roman Empire early on. So everywhere that the empire was, Christianity was very heavily in the Middle East for a really long time. Much more prominent in the Middle East than Judaism was, because Judaism was a certain tribe of people in a certain place, whereas Christianity sought to, be very multicultural. So it spread further and was more all-encompassing. It was the very waning days of the empire where you started to see the rise of Islam, but you dealt with, Muslims didn't own the Middle East at that time. Most of that was owned by Greeks, by the eastern half of the Roman Empire, which were all Christians, until it was overthrown in the Muslim conquest. But that was coming out of Arabia, not out of, I think, what a lot of us would consider the Middle East there. It came out of that peninsula, a lot of it. But yeah, for a very long time. And you had Christian communities in the Middle East, even during, times where it was controlled by the Arabs. You had, when the Crusades went to reopen the pilgrim routes to the sacred sites in the Middle East for the Christians, they dealt with a lot of existent Christians in the area when they came over from Europe to establish the Crusader states there. So yeah, it absolutely was practiced in the Middle East for a very long time. You see its most prominent flourishing and the things that are iconically Christian to likely to you, because again, when you think of Christianity, most people in the West don't think of Orthodox Christianity. They think of the Roman Catholic Church and its, descendants in Protestantism in the West. So it got the most hype that way, but absolutely it was. Swan, do you have anything to add on that?
Yeah, the foundations of the Christian church before the Orthodox or the Catholic really comes down to understanding one thing: Saul of Tarsus. And Saul of Tarsus was killing heretical Jews or Christians. Again, Christians to the Jews were heretical because they were worshiping the wrong Messiah. And Messiah worship is uniquely Abrahamic. It's not found in, especially like in Europe and in Aryan religions. But Saul of Tarsus never met Jesus. He was alive way after. He was a Jewish bounty hunter of heretical Jews. And he was actually like in Syria hunting them down when he said that he had that he was, he fell from his horse and he had a visitation from a Malak, because again, Saul of Tarsus would have been speaking in his language. So he had a visitation from a Malak, which later on, when they actually ran into Greece, they chose the word angelos because they needed a correlation. But yeah, and the Malak came down and said that he should no longer be persecuting the Christians, because that Yeshua, the rabbi, was the correct Messiah. So then when he eventually leaves the Middle East and kind of goes into Greece. And that's where he meets Simon or Shimon. And that ends up being Peter, which of course at the time in Greece was Petra. And so the founders of the Christian traditions in Greece, whether Orthodox or Catholic, ultimately rest on the shoulders of these two guys. And Saul never met Jesus, and also the only.
He would say he met Jesus.
Oh yes, when they were out on the boat in the spiritual form, and he said, "Be a fisher
On the road, on the road to Damascus.
Yeah.
Sup, Jesus.
Well, yeah,
Sup,
or then when they were on the fishing boat.
Stop killing my followers.
Yeah, and when they were on the fishing boat, he claimed that they saw the image of Jesus walking on the water, and go to be a fisher of men, which is really just expounding the problems that Judaism had with Christianity. Originally, they had it as an internal thing. You're heretical because you're worshiping the wrong Messiah. Then they were like, you know what? We're going to make non-Jews into like Jews. And the Jews didn't like that either. So that even compounded some of that. But yeah, the entirety of Christianity falls on those two. And Saul only knew about the books of the crucifixion. He didn't really know anything of the early life of the Rabbi Yeshua. So like he really, really focused heavily on that. It was Peter who knew a little bit more, and that's when they started trying to go through and figure out which books were going to be good and not good. And this was, of course, even before the lesser-known Arian church, because the three big ones were Catholic, Orthodox, and Arian. And Arian was part of the Gnostics, and they didn't believe that the rabbi was that he was separate from Yahweh, that he was not the same but in the flesh. He was the son of, and that eventually got quashed and destroyed. But yeah, and then what you had said, Elsie, about how when the Arabics took over, Christianity was very widely, because that's kind of it circled back, and after Constantine, by that time Christianity, had kind of formulated and spread and went into like Persia and again, very established in Egypt and Ethiopia, where there was already African or Ethiopian Judaism, because they believe their connection to Moses. I guess Moses's wife was a Nubian. I'm not super familiar with a lot of the details of the Old Testament or the Torah, what it should actually be called. But the lineage of Moses and the Nubian that he married, and her going into Ethiopia, that kind of thing. I guess it was just like, thanks for the great time going to, 40 days, 40 nights. Bye. And she just went south and started a kind of her own branch. But yeah.
Are you confusing the story of Queen of Sheba? It's one of Solomon's wives going down to Ethiopia with
no, that's right.
Government.
Sorry. Yes, I am confusing that. That is correct. She is.
They suggest they still have the ark there right now, but only one guy gets to see it, and he like lives in there with it.
Yeah, I do believe too that there is some connection to Moses, in relation to when they were in Egypt. But I don't. Yeah, I got those two confused, because as soon as you said it, one of the big things about that time frame was I can't remember who it was, but the word Europe comes from it's a Canaanite or Phoenician word, because one of the daughters of the Phoenicians she went west and married one of the Greeks, and her name was Europa, and that somehow converted into, she went into that land. That is the land that was her name. I think we brought that up about Europe not having an actual, I guess like Aryan linguistic origin. But yeah, I think a lot of people forget, and it's like when you run into people, a lot of my time on the social media that I get into arguments with is there is a lot of, I would say, like folk minded Christians that absolutely deny that their religion is Judaic in origin. They absolutely deny, like, it only happens after the Catholic Church. Everything before that never happened. And that's really, really sad. And they go through hoops to, Jesus was white. And everyone, all the Jews in the Bible are different from the Jews of today. I've heard tons of like mental hoops. And so a lot of times, it's even funny because I saw some website was trying to mock me, saying that I was making like anti-Semitic remarks, when in reality I was arguing that Christianity is Judaic. That was the ultimate thing that I was trying to point out. And somehow that got flipped. And I thought that was extremely funny. But yeah.
It was fun. Do you have a sauna?
No, I don't have a sauna at my home. I have access to a modern sauna at my gym. And it sucks because the sauna culture there is not correct. And I know it's not correct. As far as the dressing and the quietness, a lot of people go in there and freaking talk. And I hate it when they do that because it's, it gets a little wild in there. And people are just kind of coming in with their, they have their shoes on and so on and so forth. But I want to get one built in my backyard and then do one with the wood stove. That would be awesome. I've talked about that numerous times, and we've actually looked at models to buy, but never actually pulled the trigger to do it.
All right. How do you overcome the fear of death in an Asatru context? Svan, you got thoughts on this?
You will be one with those who came before you. None of us come out of this alive. There is a chance for you between now and then to build bright fame and to accomplish things that are really important, whether it's with your children or with your life. And you only get this chance to do it. And so I would be more afraid of not accomplishing the things I want to accomplish. But at the end, you go back to those who came before you, and I don't think you have anything to fear.
So I might answer a little bit differently. I don't think you do overcome the fear of death. Death is scary. I think death is always scary because the unknown is scary. I think what Svan mentioned, and I think that we shouldn't be afraid of death. And I would tell you exactly what Svan just said, and all of those things are true. But as mammals who have awareness, that's scary. And I don't think that it's not. I think a lot of that is biologically hardwired into you. Overcoming the fear of death, I think it's very few people that genuinely don't fear death. I think that as people progress in age, perspective goes a little bit different. I've seen elderly people that meet death at the end of a very long decaying process and are relieved by it. But I mean, I think that so much of heroism is overcoming the fear of death in the sense that they are scared of death and they choose to do stuff anyway. But that's scary. And I think that it always has been and kind of always is, if nothing else, just because the unknown factor. And there's so much about it that we don't know. There's things that we do know, and I think that death is much less scary as a practicing Asatru than it is if you were an atheist. That's terrifying. I think it's much more scary. It's less scary than as an Abrahamist because our afterlife concept is very different. And we accept that, your default is to go be with your ancestors, that your loved ones are going to be able to welcome you, and that's a thing, as opposed to a fixation on punishment through torture for eternity if you get something wrong, or an eternity of like nonstop singing around a throne telling Jehovah that he's super awesome. That sounds horrible. That's that conception. The Revelation's conception of heaven sounds really horrible. The other thing is, and I think that this comes in primarily as being a person of faith as opposed to being a person without faith. You're never sure till stuff happens. I get that. But the expectation that the afterlife exists and that your loved ones await you, and what has made me feel better about it is the interaction with my ancestors who have passed in a way that I truly believe is reciprocal and meaningful. If they're there able to interact with me, then surely I can expect to be there and able to interact with my living family as well. And I think that doesn't remove all the unknowns, but I think that I absolutely believe that there is something. I believe everything that I've written in the Trúlögmál and that I've spoken to you about, but like very confidently, there is something. And I think we know that that's true. When you've banished all of that from your mind through atheism, then yeah, facing nothingness is terrifying. But yeah, I don't think you're going to get to a point where death is not scary. I think that a lot of people say they're at that point, and I'm not going to call anybody a liar, but think life would be lived really different if people truly didn't have a fear of death. The people that don't have a fear of death also don't fear other things, and often just comes to mind kind of a counseling scenario we were talking about. When you should feel fear for certain things and you don't, you just have a numbness and indifference to things that you ought to fear, that's a concern. And so I think that kind of where we're parsing is overcoming the fear of death to where it's not crippling and it's not prohibitive, and you can overcome it to do things that need to be done, even if that's a risk there. And I think that the focus on heroism and the assurance that we go and are most likely to be welcomed by our ancestors. Now, you know what skeletons you have in your closet. And if you've lived a particularly egregious life, then that outcome might be much more scary. Which Aryan symbol do you connect most with? For me, it's the black sun. Just looking at it awakens something in me. Svan, which Aryan symbol do you most connect with?
I was kind of trying to think of two things. I would say, yeah, the Sonnenrod the sun wheel, is as I like to call it, is absolutely just dynamic. I call it the Sonnenrod because of two reasons. One, I don't believe that its correlation entirely just with the color black. I see it in different colors. I see it in brights, yellows, and what have you. Also, to the emergence of the usage of the word Svartsana that came about, I think, like in the 70s or 80s is when it really started to show. And I, some of the esoteric stuff with that. I don't fully gather into, but the sun and rod itself, I think, has such a powerful symbology, or the thunder cross or the swastika as well. But again, that's not uniquely just Aryan. And I feel like the sun and rod or the sun wheel, especially in certain visages, is very, very unique to us. The outside of that, the one thing that I thought of that was, I think everyone should get behind, I think it's a symbol of the Teutonic Aryan, is the Thor's hammer. And I'm a big proponent for that. I know a lot of people were talking about like, I feel close to, the Holy Frey or to Lord Odin. Should I get a spear or a boar? Or, I mean, I think that's all fine. But one of the big ways that we can all kind of show our unity together is to get a Mjolnir, or the hammer of Thor, as a symbol. And when I see that too, I feel a kinship immediately to my branch of the Aryan people, instantaneously. I think Slavs kind of have expressed very similar when they see their like sun and rod, but it's almost like a sickle style. I forgot the name of it right now off the top of my head. It's getting late. But yeah, so I would say that the sun wheel and Thor's hammer.
Okay. Yeah. Thor's hammer. Absolutely. Connect with a lot of them for a lot of different reasons, but the unity of uniting under the Thor's hammer is important. And so that's what I'm going to go with on it. What are your thoughts on the folk Christians who claim that Asatru and Christianity are related and that Old Norse language is related to Hebrew? We're not, and it's not. That's ridiculous, and we've been over that. That's just not true.
Mental gymnastics.
Yeah. What do you think about the claims that the Eddas have Christian influence? Do you think it's true or not? No. Is it okay? Is there some? What does that mean? Of possibly. Do I think that they are Christian influenced in a significant degree that adds a difference or causes divergence? No, I don't. We've kind of been over that quite a bit too. Svan, do you have any quick thoughts on Christian influence in the Eddas?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I believe that there are three influential factors. There is Snorri was greatly influenced by classical literature. So he even kind of, I guess, Hellenized parts of it, but people can't, it's very hard for them to figure out where that is. Euhemerization and making the gods humans, very easy to find out because he does it blatantly. The gods are from Troy or whatever. And I even heard some professor on social media, like the Vikings believe that they came from Persia. And I know exactly what he was referencing was that spot with Troy, but and it's so clear. So I think it's like the first one is when he euhemerizes, it's super, super clear. When he Hellenizes and when he Christianizes, it is not clear at all. And I think that people try to use that to their advantage when they try to say that like Asatru is amoralistic or doesn't have the same concepts of like you can get in trouble with your afterlife and so on and so forth. I think that stuff did exist. I think that for me, the biggest spot is the place away from time, the lower world, the place far away from the gods. I think that's the greatest part where he may have sprinkled in a little of his own bias in there, especially like with the well Vergelmer. But at the same time, I don't think he did it with Helheim, because Helheim is exactly what Alzirago said. It's death, and death is scary, and he nailed it. And so is Naustron. Naustron is scary, and I think that has a purpose. Yeah, it's far less clear cut when you look at those two as opposed to euhemerizing.
So guys, we're gonna call a stop to the questions because it's very late and I'm very tired, and I think Svan is as well. We have 2 more questions that I do want to hit, but I just want to stop the additional ones because I'm gonna start getting loopy here. I'm pretty sleepy. On the Christian influence, something I want to say when I don't very seldom do I encounter that in a genuine way. And I think that the people on this broadcast are asking in a genuine way, no disrespect. But a lot of the people that want to take the position that it's Christianized, they just want to make an excuse to do whatever they want. They don't like that something tells them this is this and that's that. So, it's just Christian. I don't listen to that anyway. Snorri was a Christian, so instead I'm just going to have archaeology and just make up whatever stuff I want to make up. And that's irresponsible and it's disingenuous. And that's what I see most of the time. Or somebody heard somebody else who heard somebody else say it, so they just say it because it's a thing. And the other thing is, this perpetual never want to know an answer. There's people who specifically want to do other stuff, and so they don't want anybody to tell them what to do because Snorri's a Christian. Or there's people who want to perpetually not know and perpetually just wonder about everything, and I guess we'll never know. Isn't that beautiful that we become wise when we're wise enough to know that we're really stupid? It's the most nonsensical
radical centrism.
Yeah. No, it's irresponsible people that do that most often. Can I promise you that there's absolutely zero influence of anything that might have been informed in some way or in some phrasing by Snorri's Christianity? Of course not. But I don't see that in a significant way or a way that alters the fundamental, any of the value of it. And, it's too Christianly cool. Then what do we got? Because we're really lucky and really fortunate and blessed to have it. What do I always say? Don't let perfect be the enemy of good. If we've got something that's very good, we shouldn't just be rushing to find reasons to dismiss it. That's irresponsible and it's cowardly. Speaking of death, how do you incorporate stories like Idun and the Golden Apples, or do you feel it is a different context? I get what you're saying. I want to hear what Svan's. I think I'm just going to throw it out there. I think it's a different context. I think it is a perpetual renewal thing that is necessary. I think it relates more to the theme that I talk on here a lot about, the constant motion. I think it speaks about a fight against stagnation and a need to reconsume of that holy nature in order to stay young and stay revitalized. So much of our lore is about if you stop movement, then entropy sets in and you degrade. And age is like that too. You hit a point and then you're just heading downhill at some point, and you need this refreshing and this renewal. I think a lot of it talks about our cycles and our cycles of renewal within the world tree and caring for it as opposed to letting it grow brittle. But Svan, do you have any thoughts on that as it relates to death?
when we were talking about the Hellenization, one thing that was brought up and kind of mulled about was the Hellenic gods with their ambrosia and the Norse Teutonic gods with their golden apples. I would say this is an Aryan like thing. So that's kind of cool. It brings it into that level of where we start to see the pan-Aryanism of the way we view the gods and how they maintain their position. But I've always argued that our gods are the lords of light and of the air, and like the Vanir are the cyclical natural law gods of water and earth. That's really, really simplifying it. But I think that story really is about the gods in their heavenly realm cultivating that light. And we see that light combined with the divine sound or frequency, especially considering that Idun and Bragi are a couple. We have this cultivation of divine light, this cultivation of sound and true like vibration, really, or frequency. I don't know how you would call it, but that being correlated in the realm of order, in the realm of the gods. And then on top of that, to add even more, the gateway to the heavenly realm is projected through a prism, the Bifrost Bridge, that is the connection point that Heimdall has. So Heimdall being the White Ouse, the one who kind of, again, formalizes these big concepts of the gods into a finite connection to the earth. He comes down and connects the gods to our folk. So whenever I think about Idun and the gods, I think about that cultivation of that which makes them everlasting, that makes, or not everlasting like as in immortal, but as long as, like Asatru, they said, as long as they cultivate, as long as they continue to build in that and pull from that, they remain. And I've heard other people say, that it represents our souls. The apples are our souls, and so on and so forth. Interesting ideas, but I've always really seen it as that the cultivation of light, the cultivation of sound, the primordial greatness of the heavenly realm, and how it's ordered, along with time and the creation of new life and souls from Yggdrasil that drip into Erdswell and everything descending from there. And I speak about that all the time. But other thing is that I think the kidnapping is a really huge part of our Aryan mythos everywhere. The idea of the outsider coming in and taking the heart or taking the soul of something and running off with it. And it's incumbent upon us to go and get it back. And that could be applied to Irish myths where they're euhemerized as, chieftains and tribes. You can see it all across, even into India. So there's a lot of like pan-Aryanism that I love in those stories as well.
Absolutely. Yeah. So this is a good one to end on, and I don't think it's grim. I think it's introspective, and I think that's important. So, Svan, I want you to hit this first. I'd like to close on my answer with it. I don't mean for this to be grim, but you say you never escape the fear of death. So I want to ask, as you get older, do you fear death more, or are you more accepting of it than when you were younger? And I didn't take this as objective. I took this as like us specifically. So, Svan, do you fear death more the older you get or less? And why?
I think that I fear loss more as I am older than when I was younger. So I don't want to lose my connection to the people I love here, to the things I'm trying to do. I don't want to lose the chance to do those things. But I also understand that the way that everything goes out and about, we don't get the chance to kind of choose those things. So you have to make best with what you have. So I would say when I was younger, I didn't fear loss. I was in the thick of it, bullets whizzing overhead, riding around like Mad Max in the desert, and was an absolute nutso kid. Like, just, I think back on it now and I'm like, if I had gotten zinged by some bullet or shrapnel back then, what would I have? I would have lost so much that I have gained through my life. And really what that is, I'm not afraid of death. I'm just, I guess, attached to the things, that the love that I have, the children, the even the future that we have the possibility of. I want to see grandchildren and all of those things. That's the only thing I lament in death and the loss of that. And I feel like I just didn't have that attachment when I was younger. I was oblivious and kind of asinine about a lot of things. So I don't know if that's fear of death or fear of loss, which I think might be two different things.
I think it's all relative. I mean, or all relevant, I guess. It's part of why I'm saying I'm getting loopy and tired. But looking on this question, I definitely look at it really differently the older I get. In a way, I think earlier when I was younger, death was terrifying because I hadn't gotten to experience life yet. I felt like I hadn't gotten a chance at things. So the idea of not getting a chance due to death was really scary. Personally, I feel like I have accomplished things in my life to be proud of and to leave a legacy with. And that makes me feel better about it. Really specifically, the fact that I have my daughter and that I know that something will outlive me into the future. Something, of me, so one of my descendants will live into the future. And I imagine you hedge these bets the more you have of like, all right, cool, it's more secured, it's whatever. But the difference between I will have no offspring and my line of descendancy will die with me, or I have some offspring and that is likely not going to die with me, is a comfort and is important to me. And I've thought about that a lot, just on stuff like planes are scary to me. They weren't when I was younger. I travel a lot. It's not debilitating, but I start overthinking it. Planes are scary. And so I think about death when I'm on planes. And that's one of the, that's those moments where I take stock of stuff. And yeah, Aubrey, because I've thought about this in different contexts. Yeah, but what if she's on the plane with me? The fact that goal occurred gives me a certain amount of peace of mind. The further thought that she will carry on the line of my ancestors directly from me into the future, the more likely that is, that's also a different layer of comfort. But the thing that is progressively scary is I become very aware of the lack of time in the future. When you're young, your whole life's ahead of you. Like, nah, I'm young, I got plenty of time. You reach a point at like 40 and it sounds so stereotypical, but it absolutely hit me exactly then. Like, wow, no, I don't. I don't have that much time. I'm now thinking in terms of decades. I can remember something. I did something and I forget what it was. I started watching something that I had stopped watching 20 years ago, something to where there's a gap of 2 decades. And I remember right where I picked up, where I left off. And like, I remember it. I remember things that don't seem long ago that were 2 decades ago. I'm like, man, it means it's not that long until, I'm sick. Because this month here, next week, I think I'm turning 43. Got a math. Again, you guys caught me when it's late. So anyways, I'm like, yeah, next week. So yeah, that means that 63 isn't that far away. If 23 wasn't that far away, then 63 is not that far away. I start looking at stuff and I've got so many things that I want to accomplish. And I don't know how far I can. The gods have entrusted me with a really special responsibility. And I want to do the absolute most with it that I possibly can. I want to build this. I don't say this to sound self-important, and I feel really self-conscious of saying it, but I want to build this so secure and so with such momentum going forward that it isn't, one guy or one mistake away from crumbling, and that it's sustainable and that the path is easier for whoever follows me, and that Asatru is in a safe and secure place. Like I want to change. I want to move Asatru from, I don't even know what you'd call it, but into an institution that's eternal. And that's grandiose to think myself capable of doing, but I want to move it as close to that as I can with the time that I have. And so I start looking at how much time I have left and being, I don't know, really hyper aware of I need to accomplish more and faster and pick up the pace and make sure stuff happens and not wait on things. I'm very aware of that. I'm also logically aware that my ambition for Asatru is always going to outpace, how the world moves. There's always going to be more stuff I want to do and more stuff I want to accomplish. So I don't think I'll ever be able to outrun that, but I want to move this forward as far as I can possibly do in my lifetime and accomplish as much as I possibly can for our gods and also for my reputation and for my family with the time that I have. And I'm very aware now that, not young anymore. So I fear death differently. I would say as I get older, I don't fear it as much because I still conceive it and project it in the future. I think I felt it more when I was worried that large portions of my life would be robbed from me if something happened. I would still feel that way now, but now maybe they'd rob 40 years from me instead of 60 years from me. And I think the closer and the older I get, I may have the fear of being cheated potential lifespan more But yeah, I think you experience it differently. I don't know if there's a clean answer to the question, but that was a lot. So hopefully that made sense to folks. Thank you guys so much for being with us tonight. Thank you for all of the amazing questions. Apologize that I had to call a stop to it, but I'm getting very sleepy, and Svan is 3 hours, further into the future than I am. But no, I appreciate you guys. I'm really glad to be able to introduce the Trúlögmál to you guys, and get an additional chance to proofread probably tomorrow morning when I'm thinking clearer. I'm going to go in and edit all those many little edits I was noting to Nick about. Got a special treat for you next week, and we're looking on doing this a little. We're going to go through all of our Hof districts and do kind of an episode on the character and history and just district specific episodes so people can get an idea of what that looks like in different parts of the country, what parts of the world, but functionally most of it happens within the United States. So, but outside of just the Hof, the whole district, we're going to try to have as many oathed members of leadership in those districts on as we can for those episodes. We're never going to get everybody. Everybody's schedule just doesn't quite make that a reality. But we're going to do that going forward a little bit. I'm not sure if they're going to be, we're going to do them till they get done. I don't know exactly when we're doing what, but that's my plan. So a week from today, we'll be having Odenshof leadership on to talk about Odenshof district. And then Svan and I will return in 2 weeks. I'm trying to think of what we're on. Lay of Hymir, right? Okay. So yeah, we'll be talking about that. I'm sure Svan will have lots to say due to his artistic callback to it. So yeah, look forward to talking to you guys again next week. Thank you guys so much. Remember, if you can, come on and join me at Sigur Blot 2 at Sigurheim. It's going to be fantastic. Nick and myself will be there. It'll be amazing. It's a truly special and magical place. We would love to have you all there. And yeah, till next week, hail the Aesir, hail the folk, hail the AFA, and remember, victory never sleeps.
Good night, everyone.